just use this window.open to pass the slide URL and open it. No changes were needed in core, which is very nice. And this already works pretty well. There's just a few tweaks. So the biggest one was just adding a snack bar at the bottom of the window to alert the user they're presenting, just to prevent confusion or anything else. There are a few problems with this. Thanks to Vivek for helping a bug where even though you close the window, this snack bar persists. A few other improvements were made. First was just to limit each user to only one presentation. This is to avoid the user like forgetting they have a presentation, opening another and another and another, filling up their computer resources. Next is just to focus the pop-up. I think that makes sense. You press a button and nothing appears. It's kind of confusing, so we just focus it. Finally, allow keyboard shortcuts, arrow keys. It's much easier than pressing and everything. And then you can see the URL initially is kind of a mess of, looks like, what is that? It's kind of weird. So we can change it to be titled appropriately and have a normal looking URL. And then this is how the finished feature should look. No. Well, we should play, but you get the idea. You just press the button and it works. Yeah.
Famous words.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think it's because we have this setup with the dual monitor and the monitor. But yeah.
Yeah.
But anyhow, we are using it right now.
Yeah.
So I mean.
Yeah. And then the second thing I did last year just quickly is export options. So we already have PDF export implemented for Vita, Calc, Impress, and everything, all the complicated code. So the idea was just to put this online so everyone using Collabora online can export to a PDF. So all that we need to do for the online side is create a button again, command, send the command to core, and then somehow figure out a way of getting the file which core creates onto the PC, which easiest way was to just download it. And then core, all we need to do is make the function asynchronous, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's like most of the task. So yeah, this is it. Online side. Yeah, thanks for Shimon helping a lot with the JSDialogs and everything that we needed to make some new widgets, which wasn't so trivial. And then, so the bulk of the task, making it asynchronous, we need to do this because we have multiple users all accessing one document. And if it's just synchronous, opening a dialog will like block all other input into the document, or like in this one session, which like a pain, doesn't work very well. So we make the initial dialog async, but then the problem is we need to make the function that calls this dialog asynchronous and that function asynchronous, and it gets quite tedious quite quickly. Especially because with this PDF export, we have a lot of code that runs after the dialog is closed, which now we need to put into a handler. So if you want to see the actual code, there's a link. There's a patch that took quite a while, but now it works again. I just have yeah. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so there is a slight change of plans in terms of schedule. So what we will do is, if we can have Lucy now, that will be amazing. Thank you. And then we go ahead and keep going with Andras, if that's okay. Beautiful. And then we will just proceed and play the 2 remote presentations we have. And we will pause the stream because anyhow, the videos, we can always upload the videos to YouTube. And I think everyone then is happy, no one is waiting. And at home, I think people can understand. Okay. Do I have internet? Maybe I don't have internet. No, wait. I think I just got internet now. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, something. Not this. Good. Good. Okay, wrong button. Yeah, I think the internet is. Hang on tight. I don't think more hands would help, but thanks, Skylar. But yeah, feel free to give me moral support. That would help.
Present your window.
You see, it just helped. Thanks. You just need to get up. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to present Collabora in Pristy. It's our integration. It's from my point of view as a new product owner. To give you some perspective really quickly, I used to work in a different world in cinema and in festivals, and I discovered that being an assistant director in cinema and being a product owner is quite the same thing. So I won't gonna bore you with all that. Let's take a look at the shorties that we made for the Collabora integration. Really quickly, for those who don't know, Pristy is an EDM based on Alfresco. That's about it. So I'm gonna go over what we've done so far, and then I'm gonna tell you real quick what's coming, or I hope's coming. So what we kept is the create button that was in the previous interface that you can see on the left, and our interface on the right. But we've divided it in two buttons, the create button and the import button. And then we also kept the create form template. And it's pretty useful because you can have like resume or formal letter or grant proposal just like a click away. We also kept an easy access to information panel, like metadata quick view, and also we can easily have access to action and files, so you don't have to go back to previous folder to share, move, copy, delete, or add to favorite the files you're working on. So what was missing from the previous integration from my point of view is that we couldn't, we were opening a file with a click on the previous interface, and it's kind of, so it used to look like that. It's open in full window like that, and now it looks integrated into Pristy. It feels like more inside Pristy, so we've kept some info. You can see the permission, the breadcrumb, and the action on file I mentioned earlier. And we kept an easy access to the menu. And now we have improved some version feature. You could already import a new version, and now we can, we can also see previous version. So you just open the panel, click, and you can see the version you want to see, and it has a fixed URL so you can share it with your teammates. We've also added a dark mode following Collabora steps with some color option, and we just need to improve the blending. So now what's coming? That's my dream. I haven't really talked about it with the developers and the stakeholders, so bear in mind that might just stay a dream. So we've improved existing feature. I'd want to improve the dark mode integration with Collabora. I just said it, and as an auto switch because it's not here right now. I'd like to improve the version because we have a restore function, but it didn't work with Collabora at the time. And I'd like to see if we can link it with the repair function that's now is in Collabora. I'd also like to really quickly add the export on files from Collabora directly in Pristy. So we will also improve the save as function and the fix the save as function we used to have. And later along, I'd also like to be able to choose a template while I'm editing in Collabora and not beforehand like I'm creating like I can do right now. And also I have some idea for the sharing feature. Choose which format is shared, if it's PDF or editing version. Choose if you can download each format or just the PDF, but see the edit version, or maybe you don't want everyone to be able to download it, add a watermark to be sure that if it's downloaded or some screenshot are made, it cannot be shared without your knowledge. And last, some ask feature. We've been asked to make some improvements on the presentation file specifically, allowed to present only the latest validated version and leaving a draft version for work in progress or later updates. And I've also been asked to add the talker notes online presentation, just like this one, but with the little note on the side. That's what a client asks of us. So maybe one day. That's all for me. Thanks for listening.
Awesome, thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Next up, Neil is going to tell us all about testing.
Hi, everyone. My name is Neil. I've been working on the automated tests here at Collabora Productivity. I'm going to be talking mostly about our Cypress tests today. Cypress is a web testing framework. It tests the whole system from end to end. It will simulate user interaction, button clicks, typing, that sort of stuff. And everything in the browser is running. The server is running. The messages are actually getting sent back and forth. Everything is asynchronous, and the assertions are retryable. So if you, for example, click a button and then expect some element to appear in the DOM, then it will retry until eventually that element does appear. And if it times out, then that's a test failure. Most of our client-side tests are currently Cypress tests, which is why I've been focusing on this. So the first thing I did is try to speed up the Cypress tests. So Cypress will handle most of the retriability, or sorry, most of the it'll retry until until it works. It will handle most of that for you, but there are some cases where it can't handle everything automatically. And the easiest way to get around that is to just wait more. Wait a second and then do the assertion. But that's pretty bad for a variety of reasons. It slows everything down. It's not very stable because it'll be, the timing is going to be different on every machine. So instead of waiting, I've been going in and removing those waits and replacing them with faster and more reliable solutions. For example, you might need to add more specific assertions. Assert that this element appears, and then Cypress will wait until that element appears, and then do the button click, something like that. Then is a Cypress method which will do something once. So the easy way is to wait a second and then do the thing once. If you replace that with should, which is a retriable assertion, it will just retry until eventually that assertion succeeds. And Cypress has some actionability detection. So if you're clicking a button, Cypress will wait until the button is on screen and not disabled, things like that. If you are clicking on a div, then it won't do that actionability detection. So you might wait for a second and then click the div, but the better way is to just click on the button directly and let Cypress do the work, so you can remove the wait. So all of those will make things more stable, but I've also been making some changes that are directly focused on stability. I won't go into detail on all of these, but the first one, for example, you might be testing a feature that has a button in the toolbar, and the user would activate the feature by clicking on the button in the toolbar. But the toolbar the button might be off screen. You have to scroll the toolbar. But so in the test, and the user would scroll through the toolbar to get to the button, but we're not testing the toolbar. We don't need to test the toolbar scroll functionality, so we can bypass that and force click it. That's more stable. You don't have to worry about how many times you have to scroll the toolbar, what's the window size. You just force click the button, work around Cypress's actionability detection, and it's more stable. So the end result of removing those waits is that our Cypress tests are now 50% faster than they used to be, and much more stable. And this is really important because if you're a developer running a test over and over again, as you're trying to fix a bug, you get much faster feedback. It's important for our CI systems. So you can get through a queue of jobs faster when the tests run faster. And if you submit a change and then have to wait for the CI for the tests to run in CI, then you get a final pass-fail sooner, and you're able to actually commit the job or merge the change much sooner. I've also been improving the logging for our Cypress tests. The logs that are built into Cypress are not very good. But there are some ways that you can make it better. I've been reducing a lot of the noise from all of the background Cypress calls that we don't care about. We just want to see have a more direct relationship between the test code and the logs. So you can see this line ran in the test code, and this is where it appears in the logs. So I removed a lot of that noise. I added some custom logging for our custom Cypress commands. I improved the display of the failures, and you'll see that in a moment. And I added some more logging from helper functions because the default logs are flat. Everything is logged at the same level, and there's no indication, there's no backtrace or any indication of where you are. So I had to add those all myself. So here's an example. It's the first underline there. It's just showing you you're in this helper function. So if a test fails, if an assertion fails in that helper function, you know where you are. Believe it or not, the file or the exact test that failed isn't printed right there when it fails. So I had to add that myself. There's a backtrace showing you exactly where the failure was. So this means that when a failure happens and you're investigating it, you know immediately where you are, what failed. It makes the investigation process much faster and much easier. So like I said, you get a clear relation between the test code and the log code. So you can look at them side by side. I also built this tool for manual testing that our QAs are doing, and developers can use it too. When you're a single developer, it's hard to test multiple people in the same document because you only have one mouse, one keyboard. So this is a tool that allows you to simulate multiple users in the same document for finding bugs or investigating bugs or reproducing failures, that kind of thing. So it'll randomize user settings and then allow simulate a bunch of button clicks or other interactions in a document. And it's extensible. I would love to see more sample interactions be added in the future. And I'm also writing some performance tests. These are not done yet. It's a work in progress, but we will be able to measure the time that a certain measure performance in terms of time, in terms of simulated time with CPU cycles, which is going to be more reproducible than clock time. Or we could track the number of messages or the amount of data sent back and forth between the client and the server. This will be coming soon. So there's a lot to do to make our automated tests better, but I'm always trying to make them more complete, faster, and more robust. That's all. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Now András tells us all about translations.
Hello, welcome. Yes, my name is András, and today I will talk about translations. So probably there is no need to emphasize the importance of translations. So there are many users who...
Very important.
Many users who just expect to use software in their native language. So obviously we do translations. So Collabora Online is based on the LibreOffice technology. That means that we're using LibreOffice code. We also have similar user interface, similar dialogs, menus, toolbars, whatever. So it makes a lot of sense to take the existing LibreOffice translations and base our translations on the LibreOffice core. So we use translations directly from the core, obviously. So there are strings that are coming from the core. And we use those strings indirectly. We just take the translations using scripts and include it in the online code. So that way we can reduce the workload for our translators. So that means that we have very few strings that are actually unique to the online. So 500 and something compared to the 38,000 strings found in LibreOffice. And we also have a small built-in help file, general overview and keyboard shortcuts. But for the online help, we are also using translations from LibreOffice. So what languages do we support? There are a few criteria. Of course, the completeness of the translation, both on the Lokit, LibreOffice Kit, and on the online side. And we also need support from the integration. So when the integration doesn't support a particular language, it's very hard or even impossible to switch into that language. So the end result is that we are supporting around 40 languages in Collabora Online, which covers pretty much the major languages of the world and, well, even some smaller ones that have good completeness and support. Oops, I switched it too much. Yeah. So I put this supported word to quotes because actually translation is a community effort. So although some engineers and other contractors of Collabora actually translate sometimes, but most of the translations are coming from the community, primarily from the LibreOffice community, of course. So they have their weblate instance at translations.documentfoundation.org, and we are taking those translations just as they are. And the only difference is that Collabora Online is based on this distro Collabora CO and version number branches. And when we actually add up some new features from export some features from higher LibreOffice branches, we have to manually backport. And the Collabora Online's hosted web rate instance is at the link shown on the slide. It's open to all. Everyone can join. Editing is not restricted. And credit our translators. Every contribution is a Git commit. So we got pretty good translation coverage that way. And some statistics from the last 12 months. We have 81 individual translators contributed. 7,300 streams translated and 45 languages have been updated in the past 12 months. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so now I think we can go ahead and play some of our remote presentations. Maybe. And while I'm trying to do that, please feel free to ask questions from these past presentations. I'm also checking online, so if there is some online question, I will also redirect to the speaker. Let's get frozen screen here. No problem. It's okay. No, I want the video. Yes. No, not today. Okay, so we are 10 minutes to 10. I propose we do a early break if we can, so I can try to fix all this and you can relax a bit. And we will adjourn back in Richard. 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 15? 10. Is that okay? Thanks.
Here we go. I've hidden what we want.
Is it from our computer?
Wait, I don't know what the hell is it.
Maybe we give
First,
that.
I don't know why, yeah? Because of this Zoom thing.
Yes.
And the guy, where is the guy? Oh my God.
Let me see where it is. I will tell him to go to. This doesn't play. I mean, the voice is not coming. I don't know.
Yes, so I paused the sharing in Zoom because I wanted now to play the videos and while the Zoom is stopped. Because the Zoom is basically taking out the audio, as you know.
Absolutely.
Right? So I wanted to stop the Zoom, play a couple of videos and then play again Zoom. The problem is that I paused share and of course now this paused. But you understand what I'm trying to accomplish here? So I want to look, so let me try to make it clear. I want to play these MP4 videos. I have like 2 or 3 videos. Can I play so people can hear?
Yes, I can get that working.
So can we do it? Can we try to do it now? How we will do it?
I need to.
And do you prefer to have the videos?
Pedro? It's too bright. LibreOffice instead?
Yes, I hear.
Yeah.
So how is it? Because we are not, the audio is not coming through. And what should I do? Should I? Because it was off. Okay, should I like upload somewhere? Because I prefer to just do this. Call me old-fashioned and do work, but it seems that Zoom doesn't like or something. Or you want to try? Let me try.
Yeah.
Let me try. So resume share, right? Good. Okay, and I don't know whether it's this cursor, beautiful cursor. Oh, no, it doesn't go. So it's okay. And now you see, now it disappeared. Okay, now it appears. Beautiful. Now I will need. Yes, sorry. Now I will try. Where is? Okay. Yeah, but what is the audio? I'm not hearing audio.
Have you got the window? I don't think it's currently casting audio, so let me.
Skylar thinks that that's it. Lily does have the voices. I think you've got a font missing. I think you've got the I think the like the text on that's like on my laptop.
Let me see.
Skylar thinks that we're missing the fonts on that page. I think it was probably just the font that we have on the template and everybody do. The text was wrong.
Because I don't see the problem in my computer. But
I'm saying we changed it. Should we swap? Yeah. Well done. This stuff happens.
Do you want me to like I don't know.
Oh wait, we have the Zoom here.
Yeah, do you want me to like
We need to install Zoom.
Do you have Zoom?
I don't have Zoom, but I can install it.
But wouldn't it be easier to install the font here?
What? I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
Go for it. Go.
Like I just know that I have to install it, but you can install it there if you want. It's
So try to install, we'll do both, and then the first ones.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So this is the Zoom. Why do we need Zoom?
Stupid, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like I prefer to use Zoom. And we'll just actually use
So they are
direct,
using,
we'll just direct video, YouTube streaming.
yeah, they are using the Zoom to connect the camera with
Yes.
this, I think. Because the YouTube stream, it has both, so they're using this Zoom layout. That's why they're.
No, because with YouTube streaming, we could just do it and then put the window somewhere else. Yeah, and
But on that, can you see the person and the? It would just be the video.
No, we'll need to have OBS or something to set up whatever, blah, 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 blah.
Like there's 7 people on the stream or something, and I think 6 of them are in this room with the. I think that might be why the internet is bad because I don't know. We'll see. It's okay.
Alright,
Yeah, because
I've
look-
got Zoom. What do you want me to do?
Hey, there we go. Scalabin.
And then should I
Like join a meeting? Well,
should I join? What's the do we have a URL? Who knows? Like the guy disappears, and I don't understand. The guy disappears on me. Do you understand?
No.
Look, the guy disappears, and he didn't know how to work with none of these systems.
No. Can we see it in there? Is it like? Can you invite someone to join? Okay, thanks.
Where is Zoom? Oh my god! Even I cannot see the Zoom. Where is Zoom?
We have Zoom.
Zoom is here, right?
Yes,
Where is it? Zoom. But why don't see the app Zoom?
it's in here.
Is this?
No, not here, but just if you
Where?
here somewhere.
No, but it's on. Like,
Oh, okay,
you know
I
what I mean? It's
understand.
on.
Yeah,
It's the beautiful of GNOME. Yeah, like there is this thing. Ah, yeah, it's okay. Yeah, so it doesn't exist. There is no, taskbar doesn't exist. So I think it's this. So meeting info, right? How to share? Share meeting. No, there is no. Is this? Okay,
Link.
I have it. I have the link. So how to send? Mattermost,
what's the?
Matt, chat. Share.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks. Sorry.
Or should, yeah. Okay. Is it long? Okay. I have the link, yeah. But I feel almost to just,
Thank you.
So last, we can just push all the video to the end. It's really isn't a lot of time on it.
where is the Skylar? Skylar. Paste, enter.
now you have it.
Yeah, that's happening.
No, it's nothing worth it. Like the audio guy doesn't know how to put audio. The video doesn't work at one point. Internet also slow. We'll see. Like now I feel really better. It's okay? Yeah. So you're gonna like. Okay, so let me try in a more interesting way. Is it?
Hello.
Okay, now I have this here from the previous computer. Because I paused, isn't it? And now how I need to stop in the other computer, isn't it?
Yes, leave the meeting on that one.
Oh, leave. Where is it? Hang on. Okay, and now, and now, I don't know how to work with Zoom, sorry. And I think I need this, right? Or I know it's
That's
sorted.
the clicker, so that can go on these.
Ah, it's okay. Okay. Okay, that's.
Yeah, this is yeah, absolutely. It's some people get out.
Yeah, I mean, I've had LibreOffice, but I feel they're using my mic. Yes, I believe LibreOffice, LibreOffice, I have all the things. It's very like.
There's one that.
Like,
Just even.
Sorry, that was a.
No.
You got it, you good?
Yes, just to share the desktop to, which that's application.
But like now, we only have 10 seconds for 5 years of style because.
Interesting.
It's not just an optimization now.
Ah,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, I mean, it looks like there's
If now it doesn't pass.
use system desktop capture. Yeah, right. Which one do you want to share? Like this second one or the filter?
So it'll be really not. Whichever one to that is. So
There you go.
perfect, yeah. So when you present anything at all.
And do I join the computer audio? Do you want?
Yes, so join with the computer audio. Stop live stream. Okay, we'll just then to right after you can upload to deafen this one so there's no feedback.
Yeah, for sure. Wow, it's already definitely there.
Okay, perfect.
Should be fine.
And then for getting audio through the speakers, I should be able to.
Then I guess it's not definite if we're going to use that audio. Like we can that's presumably that. Let's do that and let's see if we can figure out how to deafen on Zoom. How do we deafen? How do we deafen on Zoom? I guess we could just mute the yeah. Where is the thing? Thank you. I am there we go. Cool. And then we can undo this again.
Yes, so if we play.
So let's try.
On here, and we want it to come through the speakers, then it wants to go into the HDMI, into the upload. Connected to.
But don't we have jack here?
Yeah, we can do a jack if
That's
you want.
the awkward way to do it. If it goes to the HDMI, it'll sound a lot better.
HDMI, I did put it through HDMI, so hopefully it
So it should
going
work.
through HDMI.
So we can try the video now.
You set it to. Sorry, quickly.
HDMI, there you go.
So it's good.
I see.
Should be
Alright.
good.
Did you want to give it a try one, like open up?
Let's-
PC?
Yeah,
let's try some
seems
video.
sensible.
Open the Italo. Start by name, maybe. Then Italo and pick.
Oh, not the ODF.
I do exactly the same. Because it's the
Yeah,
color
the
one.
color, yeah.
Good morning. Today I'm sharing with you some ideas.
I'm not hearing that. That's very quiet. Is there a way to turn the volume up beyond?
Yeah, is there some hardware like button that you can increase the audio? Maybe it's hardware.
Yeah, is there like
Oh.
Big speakers
As this.
Yeah.
okay.
So I've started asking myself some questions.
Interesting.
Future of us.
What if? Yeah, I mean, Firefox is right up at top.
We can try with jack. Can you set it with jack?
Yeah. If you insert the jack in my.
We need to reflect on the different programs. Borderless entity.
Oh, possibly. Good question.
Because there's some comments.
We are in the era of.
Oh, well, I mean, interesting. Well, if we're not muted, hi chat.
Press mute, please.
Hello. Okay. Now, audio.
I don't.
Yeah, I think.
No, it doesn't work.
Oh dear,
It doesn't work.
that's no good.
You see, look, I set the audio to
Yeah, I mean, you've turned the.
it's here.
point, I decided to ask ChatGPT to create.
Should I start?
And
No,
I asked
yeah,
to
it's-
create two different
Okay.
presentations, one for an audience of developers and one for an audience of end users.
I think I'm shaking. I'm
And
shaking.
funny enough, the two presentations were the different titles.
It's not support, it's
but
benefits of
each one
Microsoft.
was with
Yeah.
8 slides. And
Oh,
I'm
we are
just
presenting
giving you a summary of the presentation.
I
What
tried.
are
no,
the
well,
developers of title was the future of office.
Okay, I think we can start. So if you kindly revert to your seats because we are about to start.
That's
a change for the good.
Development of office suites.
Yes, it's better this presentation comes also, you can see the time here.
Yes, yes. Like,
But how can you see your notes?
And
I
how
my
important
slide,
is
Oh,
to
your
pay
slide.
for
Yeah.
The next slide.
evolution of
yeah.
If you don't have
trends and
notes, then it's fine.
technologies.
Yeah, but if you click on that one.
The presentation
Will
for
be
the
not
user was
clicking.
completely different. And the title was The Future of Office Suites, Revolutionizing
Thank you.
Work Environments.
Okay, now Anna
And,
with the
it
benefits of
was,
ISO
about-
certifications.
Okay.
Tell
Hello, everyone.
how your office would,
Thank you.
forward.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
I'm Anna, project manager in Collabora
by
Productivity.
innovating,
And
by
today I'm going to
using
talk about
collaboration features,
benefits of ISO
and by
certification.
adapt
Well, my presentation will cover
Kubernetes.
understanding of ISO.
and by embracing emerging technologies and central design, Office Suite will be.
It seems it'll just show up. What? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, okay, in my presentation, I will talk about ISO certification, how Collabora Productivity and Limited collaborate in getting certification. What are these certifications about, the benefits of these certifications, how we maintain the certifications, and how does everyone in Collabora contribute. Well, ISO certification signifies compliance with internationally recognized standards. It's a mark of quality and consistency in processes. How Collabora Productivity and Limited collaborate? Well, Collabora Limited audits departments with its CL previews, while Collabora Productivity audits departments with distinct processes not covered by Collabora Limited. Collabora Productivity and Limited conduct joint external audits. Both hold ISO 9001 and ISO 27001 certifications, and both recertified in January 2023. What are these certifications about? Well, ISO 9001 focuses on quality management systems, ensuring consistent quality and customer satisfaction, while ISO 27001 addresses information security management, safeguarding sensitive data, and reducing risks. About the benefits of these certifications. Well, ISO 9001 certification ensures consistent product service quality, leading to improved customer satisfaction. It streamlines processes, reduces waste, and enhances productivity. It enhances the organization's reputations and competitiveness. And of course, it builds trust among customers, suppliers, and stakeholders. ISO 27001 ensures robust security measures to protect sensitive information from unauthorized access. It helps comply with data protections, regulations, and mitigate legal risks, identifies and addresses security risks, establish procedures to maintain operations in the event of security incidents, and it demonstrates commitment to data security, enhancing trust and attracting clients. How do we maintain these certifications? Well, we do regular internal audits, annual external audit by certification body, recertification every 3 years, and continued training and awareness of everyone at Collabora. And last, how does everyone at Collabora contribute? Well, everyone needs to know where is our BMS and control policies. This is the important part of certification. Complete the BMS and control trainings and record in Zoho people, and follow the processes that have been created from the control. Follow the processes that have been created from control policies. Thank you.
Revolutionizing working and changing the future of productivity, which is interesting because it provides a
Yes,
Right.
I feel to show it all. Wait a minute. Where is it? Yeah, is it?
Hi, my name is.
So my final thought on the topic, collaboration on the desktop and in the cloud will become the most important feature and must be.
Close that. Is it?
User will have to be able.
Now, Impress Online tips and tricks with Core.
Thank you. Yes, good morning all. Glad to give you a short talk about working with Impress Online. In preparing this presentation, I was wandering through all the features and think what are really the most interesting tricks that I use. And it's not that easy, but let's see. I hope there will be some time for questions, and the role is that I will ask you questions, not the other way around. So be prepared. One of the things is that often we love space to work on, more space to have work, and the thing that is most obvious to me is to collapse the upper bar, the tabbed bar with all the great features. Just by double clicking on one of the tabs, it will collapse, and it will give you a lot of space, extra vertical space. The sidebar is something you can hide and show, obviously, but the collapsed tabs is most important to me. Something you can hide as well, and maybe it's even hidden by default, I don't know. It's the status bar on the bottom, but that's something I don't hide usually because it gives me useful information and it's only small. That's one thing. And the other thing, when we talk about cooperating, obviously it's the feature of commenting on the slides, and that has been improved, so it gives more visibility, and you can do more things with commenting. In Impress, it's relatively there's a small amount of possibilities compared to a text document, but still it is a good possibility to make other people aware of notes, questions you have. A third thing is, and now I go to the keyboard part, is catching certain elements on your slides. Of course, you can click with the mouse, and most of the time that's working. But sometimes for example, there's a picture of a table, and that was somehow aligned with the text frame, and clicking to get the table, just forget it. What always works is tab. Using the tab key, it cycles through all the position, through all the elements, to all the objects on the slide. So tab, 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 tab. That works. And there's also the editing cycle. I don't know if you know it, but if you go to tab, you go to text frame, you press F2 and you can type, and then escape, and then tap to the next text frame, and etc. That's an extremely convenient, reliable, and fast way to go through your text without grabbing the mouse or the mouse pad, whatever. Wonderfully adaptive. That is our sidebar. And if a table is selected, or a picture, a shape, or a text frame, whatever, it adapts. So that's always good to use and to keep in mind. Use the sidebar. Basically, this slide deserves half an hour on its own. It's the magic. And Richard helped me, 1 minute left. It's a magic formatting slides. It's about the slide master that gives you the position of your elements at the bottom. It gives you the styles of the styles of the various texts. And then apart from the slide master, you have the slide layout that says, hey, we have 2 or 3 text frames. And at the bottom of the slides, there's the footer where you can show elements and the content. So those 3 elements together give you all flexibility, both with stability. Almost at the end, the drawing tools, if you have shapes, the toolbar, the tab will be active and allows you to do anything that's needed there. And the final thing is the slide pane on the left, with at the bottom, hide, new, show the video, and you can also drag and drop. I think that should be my presentation for now. And so sorry for filling all 5 minutes in the end, but I'd love to hear your comments at the coffee, at lunch. What are your trips? What are the things that you love to use most with Impress? Thank you.
Thank you. And now, if Shimon Kloss could step on stage. Hello, hello.
During my presentation, I run several times into it, and I want to do that.
Okay. Hello, my name is Szymon, and in this talk, I would like to talk how we try to improve our code and make it more easy to maintain. We try to migrate pieces of our code on the front-end side, which runs in your browser, to TypeScript. But also we improve the current JavaScript code. And for example, recently we started to use newer standard for JavaScript because so far we used a very classic version of JavaScript, which was ECMAScript 5. Now we will use ECMAScript 2017, and it allows us to use some very nice and useful features, which improve the code, so it can be shorter and more readable. We also to do that, we upgraded our checkers, which automatically scan the code. For example, ESLint, where new rules are applied, and also nice thing was introduced by Skylar, which is Prettier, which checks our code style, so we can unify how we code. If in our testing environment we check this style, and if it's incorrect, we can easily run one single command, which will reformat our code so it will fit our standards. And what is new in JavaScript in ECMAScript 2017 or ECMAScript 6? There are three main useful features like arrow functions, which are something like you can know with name lambda in other languages, which are just inline functions. The syntax is shorter, and also it uses the automatically the correct thing in this under this keyword. We can also use the classes now, and also block scope variables like let and const, which help to avoid mistakes when we use some uninitialized variable. It can be also useful to have string templates, so it's easier to glue different strings together and use async functions. All the new code should be written in TypeScript, so it will help also to understand the code by others. So that is because we will use types, so someone will see what should be under this variable, so it is easier to analyze the code. And also we try to convert some files to TypeScript. I think we had some example commits from Skylar where there was example how to do it. We can just rename the file so it will have correct extension, adjust the makefile, and add missing types. That should be enough as an initial conversion, but of course we should improve that later. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Miklos with interoperability, and next security examples with Quaylen.
Hello. Hello, I'm Miklos. For the scope of this talk, I will talk about interoperability with existing other suites that were used to create documents. And I know that you have lots of documents, lots of legacy documents. It's a huge corpus of information. And we want to make sure that Collabora Online can work with those existing documents, not just the new ones. So what I'm trying to present here is a set of best practices. In case you kind of follow these rules, then you avoid most of the troubles. So why not do that and let others suffer? One advice is that in case you keep all your documents inside in one central server for your organization, like some file sync and share solution provided by the integration, then life is much easier because you have a single version of the document on the server. It can't happen that there are multiple versions and later you have document merging problems because it's just one document. In case the document is changing and it's not you but some other editor changing, then you instantly see those changes. And it's also less important what file format you are using because it's just on the server and you use Collabora Online to add it. The other thing that you can do when your organization is moving to Collabora Online is that you should analyze like what features are you using from the Office suite, and there are always missing pieces here and there. But in case you can do your analysis, we can work with you to make sure that all the documents from your templates are looking okay. Then it's easier because then all the documents from those templates will be perfect, and then your landscape will more look like this, where everything used by your organization is 100% perfect, and the Word is not perfect, but your Word is perfect, and then it's easier, right? Also, one very strong point for Collabora Online is that we build on the LibreOffice technology. LibreOffice itself has this kind of sister project, the document liberation project, where we can at least import very old, very obscure documents as well. And that's nice because then you can move those old documents to something more sane, like some newer format, and then you can do your editing there. And this can happen even with obscure old formats where you would even buy that old software, but they are not selling anymore. The company who produced that software is just not there, and then basically your last option is that either you just manually recreate the document, or one of these import filters can help you. Another best practice is that it's good in case you are not too creative with custom fonts. In case you can stick with those more mainstream fonts where they are there in Microsoft Office. We have metric compatible replacements. Then it's much easier to guarantee that when you edit your document and when we render those, they will show up as intended. Also, once you move to Collabora Online and you save some cost with this, you can reinvest that cost to train your people in your organization. And that also allows you to avoid lots of silly problems like this one, where the upper screenshot is showing a perfect document and the bug report is that, I type into this document and it breaks. Yes, it breaks because spaces were used for indentation. You can educate your users, they create less broken documents, and then it's easier to edit those documents. Also, if you avoid switching documents formats all the time, you can have a better experience. If you switch formats, then what can happen is that the original format had some feature, the newer format does not have it, you lose it, your document breaks. We love PDF for final output. In many cases, people mail around editable documents when really just a final rendering is necessary. It's easier to do it that way. So to sum up, we believe that moving to Collabora Online is just one more change in some organization, and it's great when all those documents can be on some central server where the entire life cycle can be managed. And in that case, if you stick to these few best practices, and you can do your training to the organization, then hopefully it's a nice experience once you arrive to the Collabora Online land. Thanks for listening.
Okay. Hello, McNamara. Collabora security examples. There's another talk tomorrow about security processes. It's just a security example. CV, this one. It's about hyperlinks. We support hyperlinks. We got plenty of ordinary protocols in there. You can click on them in documents and in Edit Engine, and also Calc has a hyperlink formula, which is different, where you click on the cell, but it all feeds into the same hyperlink support. I tend to use the word macros for executable content that comes inside your document, and script for executable content that's already inside the application. And in both cases, you can bind to that. You can have a button or something that clicks to that. You can run macros or you can run scripts. Traditionally, OpenOffice only cared about macros as being an issue for security. They were quite confident that their scripts that were built into OpenOffice were secure. So you could bind to such things and there would be no warning. But over time, it turned out to be not true. So these are all security issues that arose because we decided that scripts were secure and macros were insecure. So we decided to rethink that and decide that anything that could launch something executable, whether it be inside in the document or already be inside in something that was bundled in the application, was hazardous for all those reasons. So anything you click on now, or any document that includes these kind of potentially executable features of any kind should give you this warning dialog in the classic case, or not executable at all in the online case. And for better for worse, and it's just part of the model, if you have a new document and you put scripts and macros or whatnot into it, they just execute straight away because you have added them as the user, which means that when you have a new document, your new document is considered to be secure for that perspective because you've just created it. You don't get a warning when you add something into a freshly created document, which means that you have to distinguish between these two cases. Also, when you've loaded up the document, it had no executable content in it, and now you, the user, have added the executable document within that session, then there is no warning for that newly added executable data, which means that you can't even distinguish between an old document and a new document in the case of you need to give this warning. You have to know what's there when you loaded it up was insecure, basically. Warn at that point, which is just why the issue is complex. Anyway, back to hyperlinks. There's a lot of other obscure protocols that exist listed here, which do things that are not part of typical hyperlink stuff. So despite having all these lockdowns and whatnot, it turns out that you can create hyperlinks that will basically allow dialogs to appear. You can like run the unit commands. You can actually ask it to pop up the hyperlink dialog, for example, or a whole bunch of other things. Totally unexpected. I thought this was totally unexpected, but apparently there's a whole class of people who use this in Calc for clicking on the hyperlink cell in Calc to do something. So all these obscure protocols exist. I can't believe any of this was an explicit choice, but there's a whole cascade of multiple features that existed that nobody thought about could be combined together in a certain way to circumvent the entire possibility of this dialog that tells you that there is dangerous, hazardous content in your document. So you can put them together, you can chain them together, you can have something that pops up the dialog, and then you can pass in what you'd like that dialog to start off with and get it to execute it. So you can chain these issues together to give you a kind of an exploit. But that's all right, says I, because you have to actually explicitly click on these things. But it turns out that the control click stuff had been turned off explicitly for Calc because somebody enjoyed this feature so much. So the extra kind of user interface layer of protection was also stripped away. And so the resolution is that you take all of these things that launch hyperlinks through the user interface, you bring them all together into one certain place through another wrapper around this. You add another little dialog that says that defaults to no. It all works okay for these cases. You now get the warning about that. And any of these exotic protocols, the slot IDs, the vendor script, whatnot, they're all just turned off for the cases of floating frames and all that kind of an issue. Thanks to our reporter for doing this, for responsibly reporting, so that we had an opportunity to fix this in a timely manner without panic and whatnot. So thanks to Reginaldo for letting us know and giving us time to fix it. Thanks for Calc, Tyke, especially for just his insight into what people expect Calc to do. And yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. And now Heiko with LibreOffice Technology and Design, next Collabora Online, and one with Cosmin.
The title does not match. Thing is, I was thinking in preparation what to do in this kind of presentation, and I started where I do the UX stuff at LibreOffice, and it is quite common to present all the good features that have been developed in the past year, like this awesome column row highlighting, these numerous improvement on the navigators that can be done, all the interaction that you have makes the life very much easy if you learn how to deal with it. We have a super fancy new dialogues. Every single detail on the dialogues are continuously improved, and there's a lot of work going into colorization here. Something that has been done for basic. It is possible to switch a color theme so it appears like, well, you know, from IDEs, and there's even a new shiny dialog to present it to the user. But I thought it is quite boring if I tell you what you always know. So I learned at the last conference from Skylar an awesome game. Every one of you knows tic-tac-toe, 3 in a row. So we were sitting in the evening, and she presented me the advanced version, the ultimate tic-tac-toe. And that's why I think fun with Calc. Why not? I'm a lazy guy. I don't play, but I like to be a nerd and to bring it into the application. And Calc is a program that can be used. So what to do? Just merge a couple of cells and make something that one cannot click outside, have something that verifies the input. It sounds like an easy approach. Let's say so. Sheet protection works more or less. The verification I talked about, a validity checker. Turns out the validity checker is a feature that is quite nice. You can have a list of options that are accepted in a cell. What I dislike is to get the 2 options presented. I want to press O or X, and I do not want to see everything else. So I switched off the alternative, and something needs to be done with the response. So I do not want to see anything. Yeah. The thing is, it does not work. And turns out if the response to this is switched off, then Calc accepted all inputs. I can create an input list, 1, 2, and if I switch off the response, Calc accepts 3. I reported the bug, and it got fixed very quickly. But now, one fun fact with Calc, someone showed up and said, hey, wait a second, I use this feature as a way to present the suggestion to the user, but I want to override. Well, you are very much welcome to join the discussion. The ticket is still open. Okay. Yeah, anyway, it is more, it's better to use a mouse to click here and there, and pretty simple. We have an awesome group who supports the macro development, Telegram, so I got a little bit help. And if you have the starting point, it's pretty simple to have click here, click there. A few bugs left and right, a few function, and I thought that would be enough to have at least something that works online. Online means 2 people play against each other. Well, first of all, it does not look so beautiful, and the major showstopper is a macro. I have no idea why the macros, well, I can imagine why macros don't work. Macros don't work. And that means, what?
Yes, there is a switch.
There's a switch. Okay. I have no idea about online. The point is, let's do some AI. It is pretty simple. It is a live, well, I record it, I click somewhere, and the computer generates the response. You can play against each other. I have a couple of seconds left. Let me wait a few more seconds to get something in blue or in red. So 2 players have some result. Oh, blue. Okay. Artificial intelligence is very easy. If you do it right, you can easily, I cannot point somewhere. I mean, look at it. This line. This line is my artificial intelligence. That's why this slide is titled Do It Yourself. You're welcome to join the effort. And yeah, it's not the point to make it really perfect. no one wants to play against a really good computer, but randomness is also boring. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Nice to meet you. Yes, if you want to, yes, you can talk here. It's okay. Let me just test. Yeah, it works. Perfect. Thank you.
Let me tell you how we're using Collabora Online at 1&1 Mail and Media. Mail and Media has these brands. Maybe you know them: GMX, Mail.com, Web.de. The customers have access to email, calendar, cloud storage, and others. My favorite is Online Office. As you can probably guess and see, Online Office is based on Collabora Online. We have two components, Collabora Online, two ways of interacting with it: a viewer and an editor. For the viewer, we call the components to REST API, and you get a nice PDF preview inside the browser with your documents content. Whether you're managing your files in the cloud or reading your email with documents attached, you can choose to preview or to edit those documents. Thanks. There's also a thumbnail service that mostly sits in the background and generates small pictures of the document's content for you to help you know what's inside. And we also have this cool feature for German customers that we call hybrid mail. It also interacts with the viewer. Hybrid mail allows you to generate and to send real letters. Suppose you need to send a physical letter to someone. We have templates with placeholders for the address in the right place, in the right position. So all you need to focus on is writing your actual letter. And when you're done with it, you go into the menu, you say you want to send this out, and we show you this form where we just fill the address of the recipient. After that, we show you a PDF preview inside the browser with how your letter would look like if you printed it, including the address. And if you're happy with the result, you don't need to print it, you just click that button, and we send your letter to Deutsche Post, and they send it for you. The recipient gets something like this, real letter. Convenient, isn't it? Another cool feature that we're working on is what we call text injection. We had to make some changes in the LibreOffice core for that. And that's something you may want to use for contracts, for example, where you have large bodies of text that mostly don't change. But you do have some variable parts like the name of the person or the contract number. If you define those variable parts as bookmarks inside the document, and maybe also place those inside frames, so you don't break the layout with variable length strings, then you could, at runtime, inject strings into those bookmarks. So you could have maybe some nice UI, not like that, that's just for development, but you could have some nice UI integrated with Cool that would allow you to just fill some values in a form and inject them at runtime. But that's just some plan for the future. Okay, I showed you some of the things we are doing with Collabora Online. Now, just a few words about what the setup looks like. Consider the client side and the server side. On client side, we have the nice, cool UI that you all know and love, integrated as an iframe inside our web user interface. Then, on the server side, you have multiple components. The main one, of course, is Cool. And between Cool and the front end, we have some middleware that acts as a proxy and load balancer and also doing some other kinds of things. On the other side, between Cool and the cloud storage, we have something we call the storage adapter. What it does is to translate the requests between the WOPI protocol used by Cool and the API of our cloud, which doesn't speak WOPI. This is how pieces are tied together. And also there are other components, smaller, that didn't mention here. This is how they are all tied together. But in order to support hundreds of active simultaneous connections, we obviously need many more instances of each. Most instances are for Collabora Online because that's where the heavy processing takes place. But there are also quite a few of the others. These many instances, we make them as Docker containers, and we deploy them to Kubernetes. The way we deploy them is by defining some Helm charts, which specify the kinds of resources this should get, and so on. And speaking of resources, just to get you an idea of the current scale of deployment, we currently have more than 50 pods for the editor and more than 25 pods for the viewer. There is a single cool instance per pod, and each pod has access to 2 CPU cores and a limit of 6 GB of RAM. With this kind of resources, we can easily accommodate editing on average 600 documents at the same time. And during 24 hours, we get 35,000 documents on average edited and more than 700,000 edited, viewed and converted documents. Of course, all of this would not have been possible without the amazing product that is Collabora Online. So we would like to thank Collabora Productivity, the cool community, and the LibreOffice community for creating such an amazing Office suite. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will proceed with Quaylen. If you can step on stage, thanks. And next, Hubert with Calc cell protection.
All right, same again, same name, unsurprisingly. So, LibreOffice WASM, WebAssembly, plus LibreOffice gives you a COWASM. Your standard Collabora Online Office is that you have your JavaScript in the browser and you have your server at the back end on a separate machine. It's written in C++. Compiled native code by GCC. You have your whatever single cool WSD, and you have multiple Kit instances, one per document. So when you have no server, it doesn't work, of course. You just have your browser front end attempting to connect to a server that doesn't exist. But with then bringing WebAssembly into it, what it is, it runs inside your browser. It's meant to be a high performance binary executable format. It exists. It's in all of your browsers already. And there also exists a compiler that in Scriptlin that will convert C++ to WASM. And then there's a whole set of web policies, web security policies that determines if it can be executed or not, which we'll return to afterwards. That gives you the opportunity that you can have your JavaScript front end talking to a cool WSD with a Kit instance, but this time it has been compiled into WebAssembly from within Scriptlin, and the whole thing can exist inside your browser. So you have your JavaScript front end is communicating to the back end. The back end is actually already inside the browser executing away. The front end is really unaware that anything has changed from the normal situation, and the front end executes as normal. And then you have the opportunity of dynamically switching from one to the other, in theory at least. There's another talk on WASM later on about the actual gory details of porting to WASM. So all that matters here for our perspective is that once it works, the normal online server makes available to the client that it can download a WASM version of the back end. Provides it, get it just right. This WASM can be cached, so it's a one-time thing. So once you have it done once, you can flip pretty quickly between the two of these things. The copy of the document you have in the online version, you just provide a copy of that to the embedded server, and then the embedded server takes over. The JavaScript front end is redirected to the back, this new inside the browser back end, and it all communicates as it would normally. I suppose the practicalities are that this all works pretty well out of the box for a developer, and then when you actually go to deploy it in the real world, things begin to go downhill pretty quickly. The browsers are super paranoid about allowing you to run WASM, so you have to get all of these kind of security policies just right. And what it seems to basically boil down to is that every one of your iframes, all the parts of your website that are involved in this, they all have to agree that they allow something else to be embedded in them that uses WASM, and the things that are embedded have to agree that they are allowed to be embedded in something else that uses WASM. So when you bring together 3 or 4 different things, each piece of that has to agree that it is okay with this setup. And then some of the browsers, unsurprisingly, are more paranoid than others, and you have to have HTTPS working for this for Chromium, even though Firefox will do it with just HTTP. So you got to get it all right, and you've got nothing working until you've got it all working. Like I said, if you have 3 parts of your website and one part is not happy with that, and even if you're not using WASM, the possibility that you're using WASM will mean that parts of the website don't work. So what it boils down to is, thanks to Julius, especially for getting it bootstrapped, is that when you have WASM enabled, then you filter out the process that you require these policy headers, and then each bit turns it on. If you're not actually using WASM at the moment, then you don't have the requirement, which means that you can continue as you are normally, which means that, for example, you can have your custom icons working even though you're not using WASM, because if you were not using WASM and you didn't get the header right, you couldn't even have the custom graphics working unless that website also agreed that it would be embedded in a website that might use WASM someday. I'll skip the demo. The demo is just Collabora online working. You hit the button, then it works again. There's a video from FOSDEM if you want to follow up on it. Otherwise, apart from that, it's not complete. It works, but it is just one way. The current version we have, you go from online, you go to offline. You don't go back online. There's nothing fundamentally blocking us from doing that. It just needs time and resources. Linking is pretty difficult. It's slow to link. It's kind of difficult to work with it. The actual final product is pretty snappy, but as a developer, it's not fast to do with it. And there's little issues like the threading. It's unclear if the number of threadings reported is the number of threads that WASM actually leaves available to you, or the number of threads on your machine. So there's a few little edges like that cause practical difficulties. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Self-protection in Calc. So what's self-protection? It's a mechanism that allow preventing modification of a cell, that allow hiding said cells or hiding their formula. You just want to display the result of that secret calculation you have been making, or hiding cells when they are being printed. So when you have a document with a protected cell that you open in Collabora Online, you get that message if you try to edit the cell, but there is nothing else you can do, at least until now. So until 2305.9, I think, just get the latest. You could get that alert, but before that version, you couldn't change that set protection. And you couldn't even protect the sheet, which is the way the whole mechanism is enabled. Protecting the sheet is what triggers protecting the cells, otherwise nothing is protected. So we decided, let's go implement it. How much work is it? So the good news is the feature is already in LibreOffice, the desktop application, so LibreOffice as well. And that's where the message you saw came directly. We need to implement this. We need to be able to have the cell protection tab in the cell properties dialog, which is how you enable that option to protect a cell. And the sheet protection dialog, which is how you enable protecting the sheet, which triggers that cell protection. And then various UI elements, menu toolbars to be able to protect the sheet, etc. And displaying the status, which is a little lock in the tab bar to indicate that the sheet is protected. So the cell protection tab in the cell protection, in your cell properties, you right click on a cell, you get format cell, and you get that dialog, and there is that you see there is that cell protection tab. That's what was added. So to do that in Allokit, which is the backend part, we basically remove the code that explicitly removes the tab that was disabled. So we have re-enabling it. We remove code, that's good. And then That's it. So like we have 6 lines that were we remove 6 lines of code, added 2, and we have like more feature with this code. That's, to me, that's a win. Then sheet protection. You have to add the protect sheet command. It's not visible, so we add it to the menu. It's also added to the classic menu if you have the classic UI. You add it to the notebook bar, and you bind it to the command protect, which triggers the whole thing. Right-click on the tab, protect sheet, nothing happened. That's what we saw. Oh, so we need to block something else. Well, we just need to enable the dialog UI file in the build on Allokit. So we remove we had one line saying, yeah, we're gonna need that dialog, and then we rebuild, and it just did work. So protect sheet, you get that dialog, protect sheet, etc. You click OK, and suddenly your cells can be protected. A few other bits. So how do you know the sheet is protected? Well, you have that little lock. So that's a bit more complicated. We need to actually get the information when we query sheets for the UI. We get a list of sheets, but we didn't have any indication whether they are protected. So we have to add that on the Allokit side. It gets sent to the WSD server that when, and in the UI we just, oh, so it's protected. Let's add that little lock. There were some final touches, yeah. We made sure the sheet, when the sheet is protected, that some UI commands are not available, so we cannot remove or rename the sheet because it's protected. Another thing, the dialog was not async. This is a performance problem in general. It didn't prevent from working, but I made it async as a later step so that we can all enjoy something that's not blocking when somebody decides to protect the cell. And we had some adjustment to do in 2404. We saw earlier in Calc presentation about Calc about the password strength dialog. Well, there was that same feature in the sheet protection dialog. That was a new widget. So I had to implement the missing widget in 2404 so that the display works. And yeah. So conclusion, I mean, it was easier than we thought it would be. Just touch 3 different modules, 3 different languages, C++, JavaScript, CSS, and then in the end, it was just a success. And kudos to the JSDialog framework and other things that made this very much simpler than it was looking. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, feature matrix with Mazin. Next, Miklos with all about floating tables.
So, hi guys. Obviously I'm Muslim and I'm going to be talking to you guys about the feature matrix. So some tidbits on what we do in sales. We're more than obviously just a sales team. We talk to people who are coming in and help them with everything that they need. But more than that, we do a lot of other things. Like, for example, we work on the feature matrix. And the goal of the feature matrix is to try and give people a bigger picture of what's going on in the office landscape so that they can make an informed decision. And it's also to try and see what people care about when it comes to features and stuff. So obviously, being perfect here is like playing Tetris with a Rubik's Cube. If you're wondering how to play Tetris with a Rubik's Cube, well, I'm trying to figure that out myself. Obviously, the goal here is to present a comprehensive overview and help them out. So we try to get a fair representation of all the Office suites involved, right? And figure out what they do care about. So there are a lot of features in your average Office suite, right? And we have more than 205 in our current comparison. So a lot of things that people do care about here and a lot of things that people care less about. So Office suites also move very quickly and things change very often. And sometimes they do change silently. So staying up to date and giving people a complete 100% perfect picture of what's going on in the Office suite is quite difficult. But we try to be as accurate as possible here. And of course, having multiple office suites to track only compounds everything and makes the options a lot more harder to track. And there are also extra non-editor features that people might care about, like Zotero and Language Tool, that do integrate into a tool that can be something that a user would like to know more about. So in terms of what constitutes a feature, there's a lot of decisions that you can make. So you can go with how granular a feature is and include a lot of things there. So for example, for text formatting options for characters, there's a lot of things that you can consider when it comes to splitting up things. So you can either go by what people would consider a full feature or follow a heuristic to try to present something as a bigger picture, right? So obviously for character kerning, you can figure out character width, you can split that out, you can go over shadows and the weight of the font, and there's a lot of other things that you can look at. So we try to balance between giving people too much information and presenting something that concise that they can quickly look at and make a decision based on that. So there are, of course, also other things that we do consider. For Office suites, regressions happen. There's a lot of features going on. There's a lot of work that happens, and we're aware of when that happens for other Office suites. So we do not include that. And we also try, since we're trying to give a fair picture, we do include things that we are missing and to help them paint a bigger picture, better picture of what's going on. And of course, the last thing that I do want to mention is that if anyone does have any feature that they look at and that isn't in our comparison that they do care about, please do poke me and let me know if we can add it there. So that, you know, the best place to get information from here would be the power users and everyone here in this conference. So yeah, thank you.
Hello, it's me again. But this time, instead of something very generic, I will talk about something very specific, which is the other extreme. And we like extremes. We want to do something special. So this will be about multi-page floating tables. Perhaps you remember I had a similar talk last year, but that was when we were at the beginning of the project. I spent like 2-3 quarters of my last year on this. It was a long ride. And but in one sentence, the feature is what you see on the screen. We have a table which is split on multiple pages, and still, depending on settings, on the last page, you have some text wrapping around the table, which is surprisingly difficult. And last year, the state was that to some extent we could render something like that, but yeah, you can't create it, you can't modify it, you can't delete it, you can't do anything with that. So what's new is that you can insert a normal table that was part of online for a while now, but now you can also turn the table to be inside the frame, which makes it a floating table. And then you can adjust the properties of this table in a frame to be a split table. And if you allow this frame to split across pages, then you get this multi-page floating table. Of course, this is mostly relevant for existing documents where people by accident use this feature. I guess, like if there is a metric for features, like is it likely that people use this by accident, then this might be a very good candidate as a winner. Like people don't really use this because they want it, they just happen to do that. And they create a quite complex layout representation. So what like it looks like, you know, it's split, it's done, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. First, in case we have some text which is flowing around some frame, then we need to find out how that frame is anchored. And we decided that for this purpose, it's always anchored to the first paragraph of that text, which is flowing around the table. Then also we need to decide what should be the size of these frames. So the decision is that this frame width is exactly the same of the table. So basically it's invisible that you have a frame. It's kind of an implementation detail. Also for the height, it's exactly matching the table, so it's automatic. Then you have actually multiple anchors here, because on the first page you have a floating table, and on the second page you have a floating table. We automatically take care of splitting this and merging this based on content, but still there are two objects to be anchored. So you have two anchor frames. Also, Word has this behavior that the actual wrapping of the content is only on the last page by default. There is some obscure compatibility flag to make it wrap on all pages. So this is the subset of the orally unlikely subset of the users who intentionally do this. So we default to do the same thing. We only wrap content on the last page. And also what's interesting is that given that this is a frame that you can position freely, you can do things like define a vertical offset, like push it down. But then if this splits over multiple pages, then on the non-first pages, it will still start from the top. Because, you know, if you have enough content that it does not fit the page, it does not make sense to push it down so that it requires even more pages. We are not paid by using more pages, right? And so what the current state is that last year around mid-December, it reached the current set of features. This is shipping in last year's cool version, and also made its way into upstream LibreOffice. It's enabled for existing docx doc RTF files. There are lots of special cases, what to do with multi-column sections and how it interacts with all from video control and various constraints about row heights and so on and so on and so on. Hopefully what we default to is what people expect, and then experts can go for the custom settings. And funnily enough, even Word itself had multiple iterations of this. So there are, again, compatibility flags in Word itself, how they do this splitting for older documents and newer ones. We try to find out like what to do and do the matching thing. So what's get presented is matching what the user is expecting. That's it. Thanks for listening.
Okay, now design improvements. Next, ugly debugging with Quaylen. Yes. Hello. Okay. Yeah, can you hear me? Hello, hello. Yes. Okay. So I only have 5 minutes, so I tried to reduce number of slides for a few ones. Let's see if we manage. So let's start with some details that like this one, and then if an infinite loading bar under documents named during document renaming process. So this is part of a category of improvements that we are currently implementing that allows the user to feel more in control, meaning knowing what is happening at all times. You know, sometimes we do get rain, sometimes we do get poor connection. So it's good to account for that and communicate that to the user. For instance, if a rename process is a bit long, there is right there something that signifies what is happening. Mentions is something that it was already implemented beforehand, as you know, but there were multiple improvements, including easier keyboard navigation. And at the same time, to be honest, I just wanted to mention mentions because more people should use it. So please use it. If you want to know how to integrate it, how to use it, you should keep an eye for the integration workshop. Please don't miss it. Next up, we have improvements on spreadsheeting front. So implementing contextual tooltip. You can see I'm always referring the names of the people that made that true. So in this case, Gulsha Koza and Shimon Kos. And you will see a pattern here. We are always doing this not alone. Yeah. In this case, data port via Unix and BMI. But it doesn't stop here. Again, another improvement on auto filter. So you will see that this is giving more like greater control to the user. They now know at all times what is happening. They have even helpful tooltips, contextual help. And while doing that, we try to fix other things that we caught along the way, trying to improve the product further. Hyperlink tooltips falls into the same category as mentions. I just want to mention hyperlink tooltips. More people should use hyperlink tooltips. Yeah. Again, thanks to Julius, is there Julius Hartel, on this front, but also on mentions. You know, more integrators should be able to use that. And if you don't know how to, ask. It will help you. Again, more improvements on Calc, spreadsheeting, this time resizing columns. Thanks, Mike Agansky, again, via Dataport, Unix, and BMI. But there were many other things ranging from new controls, improved widgets, nice improvements along following. Please don't miss out the Skylar's talk. Wants to talk all about that, so you need to keep an eye for that. Hiding slides, again, giving more control to the user while simplifying the user flow. Easier to present, as you remember from Nick Wingate presentation. It's just too many. Yeah? So Navigator, we also got some improvements and still some room for improvement. And we even have already ongoing plan on how to do that, very specific with step-by-step. Again, more accessibility, you know, help that is easier to find, easier to scan, and easier to use. Fresh and new read-only mode, thanks to Gokai. Not only you can you know, see cursors of the other users, you can click in an hyperlink. It's just really, really good to see all those things coming together. Thank you. And now, Quaylen.
Okay, this one is ugly debugging. No massive insights here or anything. It's just if you are debugging, the aesthetics of your debugging doesn't really matter. So just, I guess, to admit out loud, you know, that I don't do anything particularly clever when I'm debugging. I'll just use brute force and ignorance, whatever works. I'll just get there in the end. So I'll just admit that I do it so that you don't feel shamed when you do it as well. So let's say what often happens for me is that I have a case that is an assert that fires. I do a little quick debug and I find out that the actual assert that fires happens on maybe the 700 creation of an object. That's the one that asserts. So, you know, what I really want to do is I want to debug from the construction of that one particular one that crashes, and I want to find that one. I want to put a breakpoint there, and I want to go from there. So, you know, I just add in the fprints, I dump out the dis pointer on it, I put in a static int, you know, increment the int each time, and I find out that it asserts on whichever one it asserts. I search back in the log, my Sido log, to see what number was that static int when it was constructed. If it was like 452, whatever it was, I just go back up to it. I put in like if it hits this value, fire my debug line at that point. So I have my debugger will fire when it hits that number. For the purpose of the demo, I've added in this sophisticated get-env thing, which I don't actually use, but just to show that how you could do it without having to recompile each time. Anybody who's actually really good at this stuff probably uses or records the entire session, figures out the information they use and then replays it. Or you could just use brute force and ignorance and you will be finished pretty quickly. Same kind of scenario, you know something is leaking, you want to know which one is leaking, you have your little simple dump of your pointer at the construction and destruction, dump it out, sort it, unique it, you find out which one is the one that's not consistent with the rest of them, go back to the log and you find out that it's number 457, and you go back, you put your breakpoint there, and now you're debugging the one that matters, whichever one's unbalanced, and you just move on from there. Just aside, I always use output to standard error because it's unbuffered. The other ones are buffered. I don't want to deal with the complexity of flushing things or putting things in sequence or anything like that. So, you know, I always use standard error and I just get less surprises. Always have, always will. Hardware watches, very, very useful. Back to the example we have there, we have this particular class, we're on the particular instance that we know is going to be one that matters. Maybe it's reference count. We just put a breakpoint on when the contents of the variable changes. These are all from GDB. Another tip there is that if you have GDB and you want to see this graphical user interface, it's TUI enable. It used to be something like Win enable, now it's TUI enable. Next page, thank you. Yeah, and if you're watching something, apparently you can use watch minus location and it'll actually work out correctly for you what you want to watch. But I always just print out the actual address of the thing I'm looking for and I copy and paste watch, you know, and I dereference the actual number that comes out of it because, you know, I don't really trust any of the sophisticated stuff. Ugly debugging, you want to know where something has been caught and thrown. GDB has catch, throw, and catch. They'll catch where exceptions are thrown and where they're caught. That used to be as good as you can do. Now you can actually catch on the name of the exception and it'll do the proper lookup of the name as well. So you can just look up, let's say, catch runtime exception, and it'll actually catch, you know, com sun star, you know, runtime exception. It'll do that lookup for you now as well. Didn't in the past, it does now, worth knowing that it works much better. In extremis, you can script GDB. There's a couple of scripts in there you can look at for examples. Dump the backtrace of every try and catch, dump it all out to a log, analyze that text log afterwards. There's this ref count one as well. Similar stuff, add in some extra stuff that's as crude as the stuff I showed earlier. Find the acquire releases and then sort them by which one is most likely to be the one that leaks. So it's rough debugging, but gets you there. If you're doing graphical debugging and you're looking at things that involve mouse pointers and mouse events, just get a second computer and log in and you're done. If you want to get really rough with things, you're in the VCL one, can be adapted for the other ones. You can dump out every single thing that draws can be dumped out to an individual PNG and you can breakpoint where exactly that actual square is drawn if you're looking for something weird like that. And the 450-50 iteration of drawing has a square. You put your breakpoint there and you can move on. And the last one then is that if you want to get, if you want that to shut up, that'd be better. Yeah. If you want to search for an example of something you can make, you can abuse the crash testing and you can put in an assert to find an example of the document you're looking for. We'll run the crash testing. It'll fall over as a case of something that you're looking for. You take out your temporary assert that you use to find an example of something, and that's how you can use crash testing to find something interesting for your analysis. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay. So now there's a bit of room for questions. If you have any question from previous talks, if you don't, please try to think about any question that you might have. Don't be shy. And while this is happening, we will show off our cool
merchandising that we will receive. So let's start. Richard, can you help me? Give me a hand. Of course, I need an Hansen model.
The autumn range.
Lots of people have them already, but if you weren't here last year or for some reason, there's going to be lots just over there. They'll keep you warm. You can see we've got lovely weather here, so you might need one of these. We hope you do grab one at some point. Thank you. Most of the end, all bags look the same. So when you pick up a bag, one of 60 identical bags, either check that it's yours, or there's a pre-tin full of ribbons out there, and you can pick one, rain color, needles, and you can something on it. And it's a, you feel like so. I don't know.
I think we can start. Okay, now spreadsheeting made it easier with Darshan.
Hello, I'm Darshan. We'll see what are the improvements we did in auto filters and the freeze panes. So yeah, the auto filters are we use in Calc, so it makes the data streamlining and it is easy to like filter the data what we want to focus on the sheets and columns data. So user selects the data ranges, apply auto filters, set criteria for each column to display the relevant sections. There are some improvements that we did last year. So let's first go on that. The child pop-up that comes with the auto filters, like if we click on the filter by color, filter by condition, it opens the sub drop down menu, and it always opens that's a sub drop down menu at a fixed position on the canvas. So we fixed that, and now it will open with respect to the main parent pop-up. Yeah, the next thing is on the filter by color. There are given the check boxes, which doesn't make any sense because we will filter out only the single color, which will be filtering that column with that specific color section. So we will we replace that check boxes with the radio buttons, which will make the consistency with LibreOffice core. Yeah, and there are some points that we need to consider. Like the first one is we will need to make sure that our pop-ups and auto filters are aligned also in right to left mode. It doesn't like go into on the left side of the section like same as on the normal mode. yeah, the replacing the radio button, which we saw in a previous slide. And also we need to we avoid the overlapping of the sub menu sections. If you try to open auto filters on the bottom of the calc or on the side of the calc, sometimes it happens like the child pop-up hide on the sidebar or on the bottom of the section. So we improved that, and now you can see the sections on the screen wherever you are. And also the Cypress test to make sure the regression doesn't happen in future. There are some usability improvements like unnecessary button. We don't need that, so just hide that. And the separator lines, you can see in the first image there is a separator, which is not an option. It is just a UX thing. So we replace that with a line over there. And the next thing is freeze pane. So freeze pane keeps rows and columns in a place when we scrolling through our spreadsheet. It's like the important stuff or the headers and column stuff we will stick into the canvases and just scroll the other parts of the data, which will help us to keep track of our important entities on the screen. So what we did, we make the options consistent. So we have the option freeze rows and columns. In a notebook bar, it was in view tab, and in compact mode it was in layout tab. So for a user it will make easy if that option is on the same section in both of the view. So we make that consistent. And also we added option on a column sidebar, on column context menu and row context menu to add a column freeze or a row freeze option. There are some rework we done on the freeze lines to add some visual improvements on like if user scrolls the freeze pane section, it added the gradient effect over there. So user can see that some data is overlapped on the back side of the freeze pane. So it's you can see this was the before like the improvement. So it's like very ugly. You cannot see what are the freeze line and where are they. Yeah, so it's the improved version where you can see there is a column which is for recorder is a freeze column. So you can scroll from left to right and you can see that this column will be freezed and there are some gradient effect over there. And if you move back to the first place, this gradient effect will be hidden. So user can differentiate like whether I am scrolled, there is a data or not. The same goes with the row section. And yeah, that's it for the freeze panes and column, and all the credits of Pedro and Shimon for helping for all the parts that I did improve. Yeah, thanks.
Why were you on?
Yeah.
Fine. Close that. Let's download them all. Ah, there you go. Nice.
Oh. Cool. Yes, I'm going to talk to you about some open source marketing tools we use. Obviously, as an open source company, we like to use open source tools. So I'm going to share what we use in the marketing team. So yeah, here's an overview of the things we use.
So for graphics, we use obviously our own thing, Collabora Online Draw. We also use Inkscape, GIMP, Scribus, and for marketing automation, we use Mautic. So Collabora Online Draw, we mainly use this for creating case studies, white papers, drafting flyers and leaflets, and your lovely name badges were also made using Collabora Online Draw. Inkscape, we use this to create graphics and icons and edit SVG files. Most of the stickers were created using Inkscape. And yeah, most of our graphics are also done using that too. GIMP, we use for photo editing and retouching. I've actually used this for probably over 20 years now. So yeah, I remember this was like the first thing I ever learned how to use. Yeah, so the general editing, resizing images, creating PNG images, and editing screenshots. Scribus we use for things which need to be really, really, really high resolution. So a lot of our advertising and our roller banner, which you'll see out the front of the door, that was created using Scribus. And Mautic is our CRM and marketing automation tool. So it's a very powerful tool which we use for lead generation, segmenting leads, point scoring, sending emails, and creating landing pages. And yes, that is an overview of our marketing tools.
Oh, hello, everyone. It's really good to see you all here. It's my first time in Cambridge and first Thai cool days. Really cool. I'm Lily LOWA. I'm a project manager at Collabora. I joined Collabora last year, September, and OpenDesk was a hot topic back then. And first thing what I did is, just I Googled OpenDesk to see what Google has to say. And OpenDesk is all about kind of furnitures and desks, I discovered. So obviously, my topic is not furniture and desks, but somehow it is because I'm going to talk about digital desk for public administration, basically. So, Sovereign Workplace OpenDesk. It's an initiative of BMI. It's a German Federal Ministry of Interior and Community. And the idea was to create a browser-based workplace. You see now the desk and workplace, so the connection there. So OpenDesk combines all the necessary features and tools, rather, for public administration for daily work life. And it's a powerful alternative to proprietary solutions to digital workplace. So why is OpenDesk important? Or, what was the idea of OpenDesk? So on the one hand, you have growing demand and increased demand of digitalization on public administration. And at the same time, the government has quite a challenge. There is a high dependency on individual technologies. Now, I'm not going to name the names. Obviously, we all know them. And there is, limited information security and flexibility, and quite a challenge in terms of regulatory and compliance challenges. So the idea was, the answer rather, was OpenDesk, to create an OpenDesk. And it should minimize reliance on proprietary software and have a flexible development. And at the same time, it's a European project, which is great, right? So I would like to show you a quick overview. Thank you. So quick overview. This is how OpenDesk looks like. It's a user interface. So you have here kind of everything, beginning from communication, productivity tools, involved us, cloud. So everything is there. So to It's a browser-based workplace. It's a modular and interchangeable. That means that some of institutions could say, I don't need all that. I just need 2 products, which, so you can assemble your product or your desk how you need it. And it should be, and it is 100% open source, public money, public code. So those are our partners or contributors, rather, to OpenDesk. As I already mentioned, BMI was the initiator. Zentrum für digitale Souveränität is a center for digital sovereignty in Germany. It's a part of BMI. And our friends here, great friends from Dataport, helped us to project manage and 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 those other partners, beginning from Nextcloud, Element, Nodec, Open Project, Univention, Oxy, Collabora, and XWiki. So it's been great working with them, and hopefully we can continue. But I would like to, how much time? So I would like to talk about, Collabora. It's been, I think, great thing for us to be part of this project, because we were able to develop and, to develop our features, especially in terms of pushing ourselves into public administration tools like reference management and extended export functions. So quite nice. And Outlook, well, we hope, it's my opinion, so it's a great opportunity for public administrations. There is Phoenix, there is OpenDesk, with the joint force, we might liberate public administration from proprietary products and companies. And it's a great opportunity overall for open source in terms of, getting the word out there and support the community and support the idea. I think it has a philosophical intention too. So that's it, basically. Thank you very much. If you have questions, thanks. And one thing, thank you so much.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Vivek. Today my topic is enhancing the performance by asynchronous dialogue. So before we go into what is asynchronous dialogue, I think we should know what is the collaborative dialogue problem is, and how we can solve this problem by asynchronous dialogue, and how can we improve the performance by asynchronous dialogue. So let's get into it. So the problem is when you are using, you all might be using dialogues everywhere constantly or unconsciously. Now multiple users are accessing the same dialogue. That's where the problem is arise. Because when you are when your process is synchronous, then what happen is your user will eventually blocking that particular parts. So here the example is like user A. We aren't using variable names like A and B, but yeah, as of now we are using, but user A opens some dialogues. Now user B also open the same dialogue. User A did some operations, some stuff, and then they press the OK button. Now at the second time, user B also does some works on top of that, and they press the same button, OK. Now what's happening, right? So expected behavior is both the changes should be applied to the dialogues and whatever the property they change. But it's not applying, it's flickering, and it's basically not applying second change. So that's what the problem of collaborative dialogues. Now, yep, that would be solved by the asynchronous dialog. So since asynchronous is the process is not blocking the particular users, so it allow user to work like multiple user to work on the same dialogues, and yeah, they also increase the performance of overall application. Now, what are the way to identify the asynchronous dialog? Because in the code base, how you find that these dialogues are asynchronous or not. So the ideal way is to, open multiple screen or maybe multiple user trying to the same dialogues. And when they try, they will find that the second dialogue is not flickering or flickering, then you will easily find that the dialogue is async or not. But easiest method is when you are trying to open any dialog in debug mode, you will see the pop-up like here. This dialog is non-async. Thanks to Michael. He did some changes on that. So yeah, thank you for that. And another way I figure out is from flame graph, because asynchronous dialogues is usually take a smaller time, and synchronous dialogues is taking a like longer bit of time on flame graph. So how we can, like, now let's say you find the dialog, this is non-async dialog, now you want to convert it into asynchronous dialog. So how you convert it? So first easiest way is you just copy the string and you can find in that particular string variable that micro we define, and that will help you to reach out the code pointer that you are looking into. Now, how you convert non-async dialog to async dialog? So basically for that, you have to first build a message dialog pointer. For that, you must have in code base already if you have a dialog. And then you have to convert into unique pointer to share pointer, because the process is synchronous. We have to share the ownership. Unique pointer not allowed to share they share the ownership, but not the same way that we are expecting. What you need to do is, now previously we have a xquery book run method, and then we have to convert into run async method. Okay, so these are the points that we are taking care while we are converting. So first is, as I told you, a unique pointer to shared pointer. That is first thing. The second thing is, when we are called the run async method, we have like run async now method, but that sometimes it's a static method, sometimes it's a class method, private method, public method. So yeah, you have worth checking the type. Then we have, so for some of case, we have a start execute async method. So yeah, we have that, and the callback function will have like these type, return yes and return no. So yeah, thanks for Thomas, Colin, Simon, and Pedro for all the help you are giving to identify and working with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Nextcloud integration topics with Julius Hartl. Let me give me a second.
Share, right? That's good. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't know if you need this.
Yeah.
Or if you can use this.
Yeah, whatever works. Thanks. All right. Hi, glad to be here again. So my name is Julius. I work for Nextcloud as a software engineer, mostly on the integration parts with Collabora Office, Collabora Online. And yeah, I want to give a
very quick wrap up because I guess most people know Nextcloud already. For those who don't, like we're enterprise content collaboration platform, fully free and open source. Yeah, we have different components in there. Nextcloud Files, classical file sync and share, EGroupware, Talk for video conferencing, chat messaging, and of course Nextcloud Office, which is built together with Collabora and based on Collabora Online. This is how it looks like. As you can see, like it's mostly the familiar Collabora Online user interface with a few adjustments where we like adapted the user interface to match the Nextcloud styling a bit more. With different icons and like having a few decisions on what kind of components we show by default or hide. But in general, it's as powerful as Collabora Online is. So yeah, I want to talk a bit on like what we did in the past year together with the Collabora team there. There have been a few performance improvements. I mean, there have been tons of things on the Collabora side. But also on the Nextcloud integration, because like before the user sees the Collabora interface, there's actually some stuff happening. And we noticed there are a couple of things that could be further improved there. First one was that we added support for range requests. This is something that goes together with the work Ash is doing on improving the general loading performance. But Collabora can actually now request or do multiple requests in parallel and therefore like speed up the download of very large files in like just parallelizing that. The next thing that we did was that we improved the general loading time of a document within Nextcloud. Like those numbers are very rough just from a quick profile, but it basically went down from 4 seconds to 300 milliseconds that we need to do before Collabora can start loading. So just like some browser profiles over there. The reason why it was that slow was, yeah, you would call it historical reasons. Probably no one is around anymore who could tell why that was done. But we had like 2 nested iframes where only the second one was loading Collabora in the end. So there was tons of, as you can see in the profile, like tons of Nextcloud JavaScript, CSS files that was needed to be loaded and processed, and we could basically get rid of that and just replace it with a simple API call and then just load the Collabora iframe directly. Like from more user-facing features, like we worked on version comparison. We have this version tracking feature within Nextcloud where for every save that you do, we store a version. You can use Collabora to view those versions, but you can also compare them. So in that case, there seems to be a screenshot missing, but you would see like a side-by-side comparison of the version of the document with the current version. So you can like easily check what has changed. And as like there are tons of Nextcloud instances out there, and I mean you can just install Nextcloud on your home server, your Raspberry Pi, or as a company on premise. We noticed there's quite some trouble people run into when setting up and configuring Nextcloud and Collabora together. Especially if they are not like admins as their main job, basically. So there's a lot of things that can go wrong with reverse proxy configurations and networking firewalls in between. So we try to improve like the hints that we can give to admins that configure it. As you can see, like we added some nice messages that give hints on whether there's like a configuration missing. Or like a protocol mismatch, for example. And the idea is to also enhance that further over time whenever we see that issues occur, that we extend and make it as easy as possible to set it up. Just for completeness, there's also like a setup check that you can do on the command line. So whenever you want to automate your Nextcloud Collabora setup, you can also just do that by scripting it. And just like picked up a few other improvements. They're not that much collaborated, but it's it also comes into the like improving the loading experience. That we rewrote our Files app in a more modern JavaScript, which gives huge performance improvements when navigating through files and then using your Office files in there. Yeah, we had together with Collabora, especially with Pedro, lots of. Okay. I guess I still see it here, but. Yeah, it looks like a boost screen.
Yeah, it looks like a boost.
tools. Do we have a lot of fun?
Depends who you ask. All right. Okay, now I don't see something over there. Like email files, and we had a couple of other improvements on around file locking and local editing. For example, like whenever you open a file on your desktop synced with the Nextcloud desktop client, and use LibreOffice or Collabora for that, or whatever other software that is out there, we lock the file and make sure that there are no conflicts happening during that. And yeah, last point is about design and usability. Like as I mentioned, we have like a close collaboration with the Collabora team. We actually have a weekly call with in the engineering or engineering and design team, where mostly Pedro and Shimon join, and we like exchange on like implementation details that needs to be discussed. But there's also like our design team joining that, and there are regular discussions and alignments on how certain features could look like to like have a good user experience there. And yeah, we actually do like internal user research within our company. So like with people from every department, and try to bring that back to Collabora. But we would also be interested in moving this further and like doing it with actual partners and customers. So if there's anyone interested, don't hesitate to come over and talk to us, because I think like getting the real end users, yeah, like seeing how they work and how they use the software is the best way to learn and figure out where things still need to be improved. And yeah, finally made it to the end. Thank you, and yeah, don't hesitate to reach out if you have questions.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, now Antecedent with Raymond Hornbrink. No. No, it's doing post, yeah. You can use this. You can use this. Okay, which one? This one? This one? Okay. Okay. You see? Okay. Should work. Yeah. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Raymond Owenbring. I am the founder of Antecedent Writing Analytics, and I'm also a full-time English professor. We've been working on a North American company. We've been working on this technology for about 2 years. It's been tested at a couple institutions in North America. We're happy with. We're really happy with it. Yeah. And it's based around Collabora. So yes, you may have heard that we are in the middle of a AI writing apocalypse. AI writing tools, they have their place, but they are unquestionably bad for people like me who are trying to get students to produce substantial pieces of written work that is their own. They learn something that they try. Otherwise, there's no point. It's really bad. It's difficult for us to do our jobs and assign out of class work now, unfortunately, in the AI era. Heiko says no one wants to play against a really good computer, and that's pretty much my whole life. Yes. So you may have heard there's a variety of AI detection tools out there that were hastily thrown together after ChatGPT dropped. Basically, the consensus that's formed in academia is that they're pretty much useless because they provide an unacceptable number of false positives and false negatives. The false positives obviously being the most concerning in that they're labeling authentic human writing as AI. Also, students can easily defeat these AI detectors by all they need to do is take their ChatGPT text, run it through a paraphrasing site like Quillbot, which many students were using before ChatGPT dropped. They would take someone else's homework, run it through Quillbot, and then they'd have original homework. So they can easily defeat AI detectors by using paraphrasers. And to me, actually, the worst is that the AI detectors are black box and they provide no evidence beyond the algorithmic judgment. Basically, it boils down to, you have strong suspicions as an instructor, but there's no proof. And the student can always say, oh, I used Grammarly. As Grammarly is fully on board with generative AI anyway. So we're using a different approach, which we believe is more robust and more enforceable. So the way it works is that it is a browser-based word processor. Maybe you know one. The instructor creates the assignments. The students write their assignments in the browser-based word processor, and then it provides for the instructor robust analytics about the student's writing process. What I really want to see as an instructor is, apart from a high-quality piece of writing, which comes cheap nowadays, is that the student tried, that they spent time, effort, editing, and revision. And that's where the real growth comes. And that part is detectable, the presence or absence of it. So this is what it looks like on the instructor side. This is one of our signature analytics, what we call the essay map. So it's a graph that shows the entire editing history of the document. So time is on the x-axis. The physical location in the text is on the y-axis. We flip the y-axis from a conventional graph so that the origin is at the top and the end is at the bottom, like a written text. The green circles are paste-ins. The larger the circle, the larger the insertion. The red circles are deletions. So students got their ChatGPT essay. They just pasted it in all at once. This looks like a giant green circle. If they're being crafty and they want to type it out, it just looks like a straight line because there's no effort, no editing, no revision. They didn't do any work. They just typed it out. Right. So, and we as instructors can incorporate the effort into our overall assessment as a percentage of the overall grade. So time, effort, editing, and revision. So this is the student wrote the introduction, they wrote the conclusion, and they pasted in the body paragraphs essay. So that one gets an F2. Whereas we want to see something like this. Ooh. This is an ideal essay. So there's obviously a lot of time, effort, editing, and revision in here. It's fragmented, it's archipelagic, it's recursive. The student went back, they edited things. That's hard to fake. So we also have these heat maps. So the hours of the day are the columns, the days are the rows. So as we can see, the student spent several hours over several days writing this particular assignment, that's a good sign. What we don't want to see is a single red rectangle, right? So those are all good things. We also have this rewind essay feature, which is an animation that you can queue up that shows the entire editing history of the document. It works with lorem ipsum, fake Latin, so it should work with your language. No, it's only been tested in English so far, but there's no language specific part of speech tagging, so we don't think that there's, yeah, it should work with any Western European language. And yes, here I am last week at one of the largest English professor conferences in the United States, spreading the word about Collabora Online and Antecedent. We had really good discussions with a number of representatives from a number of major US universities. We actually got a more positive response than I thought we would. This is in Washington State, the very home of the evil empire, deep within Mordor. And I came here, still jet lagged. Yes, we'd like your help to bring our technology to Europe. I can say that some faculty at a major German university would really like to pilot. We've demoed it for them. They'd really like to pilot this, given a appropriate deployment. And thank you so much.
Thank you. I think now it's time for lunch. Unless someone has any questions. You know you want to ask. Do it. Any question? 1, 2. Sold. Let's go for lunch.
artificial intelligence can help Office with users. And in my opinion, Good morning. Today I'm sharing with you some ideas on personal productivity in Office Suite and especially on their future. This is a topic that I've been thinking about for quite a long time because of my interest in LibreOffice and in that market segment. So I've started asking myself some questions about the future of Office Suites and the future of personal productivity software. And my answer to that was that Office Suite and by extension personal productivity software will need to reflect the evolution of the enterprise, which has become a borderless entity with a geographically and temporally dispersed workforce. We are in the era of the infinite enterprise, as some companies are starting to call it. A second question is about the evolution of Office Suite users. I'm sure that they will increasingly focus on business objectives, especially because they will be working in a different environment from the past. And because of this, they will need tools that are increasingly accessible in terms of usability. The tool will have to be almost transparent to the user. And of course, artificial intelligence enters into the picture. And I've asked myself how artificial intelligence can help Office Suite users. And in my opinion, it may help user with the most repetitive task, but for some time yet will not be able to help them with content other than the most basic ones. I would love to be corrected by artificial intelligence because of my questionable English or my very good Italian on a different topic, but I think that this will not happen for a few years yet. And then about collaboration. It's clear that with people dispersed in the cloud in terms of geographical location of employees of the same company, collaboration will be key. And collaboration, especially in relation to desktop and cloud environments. And I think that collaboration is going to become a really key aspect of productivity because as I said, the workforce will be more distributed and integration will happen through digital tools such as Office Suite. So it will be necessary to have an Office Suite that is able to act like a bridge between people. And at that point, I started to think about how artificial intelligence could help me in getting these answers. So I asked the same 5 questions to ChatGPT, and I've added a 6th question about the future for desktop Office Suite, which has been in discussion for years. I'm not showing you the full answer, although I provided a document with the full answer that you can ask to Naomi if you want to read it. It's an interesting document, and I'm showing you the clouds, the word clouds of the full answers. As you see, collaboration is big. We have security, we have tools, we have documents, we have cloud base, we have a number of buzzwords that were already in my personal answer. But as ChatGPT provided a summary for each group of question, for each question and for each group of answer, I've also created the cloud word cloud for the summaries. And as you see, we still have collaboration, we have evolving, we have cloud-based, but also desktop, we have productivity, we have preferences. I've not, of course, I got rid of some words like office, users, because they were basically in all answers, so they would have changed the meaning of the cloud. It's interesting. So at that point, I decided to ask ChatGPT to create the presentation. And I asked to create two different presentations, one for an audience of developers and one for an audience of end users. And funny enough, the two presentations were with a different title, but each one was with 8 slides. And I'm sure, just giving you a summary of the two presentations. The one targeted to developers, the title was The Future of Office Suite, Innovations and Opportunities, like convincing developers of the opportunities related to development of office suites and productivity software, how they can be innovative by working in this area, and how important it is to stay informed about the evolution of trends and technologies. The presentation for the user was completely different, and the title was The Future of Office Suites, Revolutionizing Work Environments. And it was about telling the users how Office Suite will follow their evolution by innovating, by increasing collaboration features, and by adapt better to their needs. And by embracing emerging technologies and focusing on user-centric design, Office Suite will be revolutionizing work environments and championing the future of productivity, which is interesting because it provides a bright future to what we are doing. So my final thought on the topic: collaboration on the desktop and in the cloud will become the most important feature and must be transparent to the tool. User will have to be able to collaborate without even thinking about the fact that they are collaborating with others. The user interface needs to adapt to the user, so it will have to be more flexible, independently from the type of data in document and whether the user is working on the desktop, in the cloud, on the road, in an office. So the user interface will have to be fluid in terms of how it will adapt, or it should adapt to the user needs. And desktop and cloud will have to evolve in parallel. I personally think that during the last few years, cloud has evolved more rapidly than desktop, and there should probably be a realignment in this area because people will have to transition in a transparent way between the two based on the environment, the situation, the user, level of security, and other factors. And security, software and document related, will be another key factor because people will work in environments which are changing dynamically, They will not always be inside a protected office. They may be on the road. They may be in their house, connected to a mobile bridge or to a optical network. It will not, for the user, which is not technical, that will not change, although we know that it will change the underlying security for the software. And also data and documents containing data document containing data will have to be transparent to the desktop of the cloud. We all know that the users do not even consider the document format as they follow the majority in general for their choices. They make completely uninformed choices on document formats. But it will be important for document formats to be secure, resilient, and interoperable. So I still think that ODF will have a role. It will depend from our capability of marketing it. And of course, Microsoft formats will continue to be there for the foreseeable future. And thanks for listening. Of course, the topic is large, is big, cannot be resolved by a 10 minutes presentation, but I hope to have at least created some curiosity in your minds, and hopefully see you in person next year in 2025. Thank you again.
Hi, my name is Nnamani Ezine Martina, and my presentation today will be on seamless compatibility in collaborative software.
Yeah, I think we should be now. Check, check, 1, 2. Okay. Yes, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Yeah, perfect. Good. Okay, now let's hear what Ezine has to say.
Software solutions. Collabora Online is a powerful collaborative office suite that supports all major documents, spreadsheet, and presentation file formats, which allows you to integrate into your own infrastructure. Ensuring seamless integration is paramount for collaborative software. And that is why Collabora Productivity ensures this by using the LibreOffice technology at the base level. We understand that compatibility guarantees functionality across diverse devices and operating systems. And we ensure that our software can be used with devices like mobiles, desktop, tablets, and so on. And also, it is compatible with different operating systems like Linux, Windows, and all. This fosters efficient communication and data exchange between software components. From the QA perspective, there are challenges in testing because there is a complex ecosystem of collaborative software, and each one presents their unique testing challenges. There is also a need to ensure version compatibility, and this requires detailed and meticulous testing across diverse software versions. Remember that Collabora Online allows you to integrate her software into your own infrastructure, and hence integration testing is paramount to verify this seamless interaction between components. Some of the best practices for QA testing excellence. Because there is a robust platform, and so the comprehensive test coverage is imperative. This ensures that various scenarios and edge cases are being tested. We are adopting also automated streamlined testing processes to enhance efficiency and reliability of software. There's also need to embrace continuous integration, which ensures that QA testing is done in the development pipeline. This enhances detection of issues early and consistently too. Collabora Productivity Proven Approach. We leverage a robust testing infrastructure comprising a suite of automated tools and various testing environments. These are to ensure that robust use cases and environments are covered and tested for too. We maintain and update regularly detailed compatibility matrix for our testing to ensure that different devices, operating system, and broad platform are supported and tested for. Equally engaged frequently with the community for valuable feedback through the community forum, public GitHub, and emails. Hence, we prioritize compatibility enhancement requests and issues being filed. We'll talk about seamless integration across multiple platforms. Collabora Online allows for seamless integration with diverse platforms. And there is frequent, rigorous testing and timely updates to ensure alignment with the latest platform releases. So each of the infrastructure you're integrating with, each of the versions that are being released, we ensure frequent, rigorous testing, and we ensure timely updates to make sure that the our software aligns with the latest platform releases. We enhance collaborative development efforts to ensure smooth user experience across all platforms. Yeah. So thank you so much for being a part of this. I'll be available.
Thank you.
We go to the next one.
And you have a video, right, as well?
At the end.
At the end, no problem.
So in this talk, I am going to illustrate the current status of screen reader support in Collabora Online. The problem we had to solve has been that a browser is not able to provide accessibility information about the document loaded in Collabora Online, since what is sent by the LibreOffice core to the online client is just a collection of images. Our solution has been to implement a class named Lock Document Focus Listener, which is able to listen for any accessibility events emitted by the LibreOffice core. This result has been achieved by implementing the X-Accessible Event Listener interface, which allows an instance of our class to listen for any event emitted by any accessible object belonging to the accessibility tree for the document. In fact, when accessibility is enabled in LibreOffice, an accessibility tree is created whose nodes are accessibility objects representing the document itself and also each kind of document content, such as paragraph, image, tables. Once registered, a Lock Document Focus Listener instance is able to receive and to handle several kinds of accessibility events, such as the one shown in the scheme, where is receiving accessibility events regarding a paragraph, such as when it's get focused, when the text cursor position is changed, when the paragraph is modified, or when the text slash is modified. Lock Document Focus Listener is able to handle all this kind of events and to extract accessibility information and to send them to the online client as JSON message. Here you can see the structure of the JSON message that is sent to the online client when the paragraph gets focused. Content is just the paragraph text, the position is the position of the text cursor, start and end are the start and end position of the text selection. So how all this information, accessibility information, is used by the online client for providing screen reader support. First off, in online, we have an editable and invisible div element, which is used for receiving text input from the user. Anyway, we can't forward text input to the LibreOffice core as is, because handling or type of text input is a complex task, and moreover, there are a lot of corner cases. So there is a special class named text input that compute the text input to be sent to the LibreOffice core. In order to provide the screen reader support, we implemented a new class named accessibility text input, which is able which is able to not only that, which is able beyond to listen to handle user input, also to handle the message received by the lock document focus listener class in order to populate the div element with the content of the focused paragraph, to set the text cursor position and also the text selection if there is any text selection. In this way, the browser can append to the accessibility tree for the web page including the document an accessible text node, which can be used by the screen reader for extracting information about the focused paragraph. The solution allows the screen reader to report a paragraph content when it gets focused, keystrokes, character position, and also fragment of text when it gets selected or unselected. So how to turn on or off screen reader support? That can be done at the server level through the accessibility section in cool WSD XML configuration file, and also per view through the screen reading toggle button under the Help tab. This screen reading button state is saved locally in the browser storage and can be restored on next session. Moreover, it's available only when accessibility is enabled at server level. Beyond the basic feature that I have illustrated so far, our class is able to handle several kinds of accessibility events for several kinds of text content, for several kinds of document content, such as
yeah, not this one.
Shapes, spreadsheet cells, tables, and they are shown in this short video.
Online Google Chrome. Online document. Presentation title selected. Has text, Collabora online. Presentation subtitle. Editing activated. We provide you with all the tools to keep your data secure, without compromising on FEATURES. Graphic selected. Graphic unselected. Rounded rectangle selected. Has text, your private office suite in the cloud. Bring online Google Chrome. Online HELLO. A2 selected. Blank. A4 selected. Number. Blank. A6 selected. 2. A10. Editing activated. 1. 6. B10 selected. 36. Oh.
Thank you. Hi, welcome to my talk. I'm Tomasz Weinger, software engineer at Collabora Productivity, and I'll be talking about conditional formatting improvements.
Okay. Good. This is what's next. Thank you. Okay, and now Skylar.
Okay. I thought it was on your phone.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Thanks. All right. So, when I'm using Collabora online, I love to follow people. We have a meeting at Collabora every week, and it's nice to have someone going through the document and to be able to see where they're editing. But following and unfollowing people is frustrating. You can't tell where they are, really, because, you know, you see the toolbar at the top and it doesn't say who you're following. It doesn't even say if you're following anyone. It looks, in fact, exactly the same as if you're not following someone. You had to click on yourself to unfollow someone, which confused me to no end, because for other software that supports following, I expect to be able to click on the person who I'm following to unfollow. And users are ordered in an unintuitive way. So it's not even like you'd be at the top and easy to click. No, you've got to scroll through the list, find yourself, and click to unfollow. And all of this, and you can't even tell whether you're following someone. So you might be editing the document and suddenly jump to a different place if you've forgotten. So I changed it. I changed the user order. You're first by default. And as new people, as you start following someone, they'll be brought right to the top. As new people join, they'll appear under you in the order they join. So you can see the user avatar list will change to show who's most important in the document. I made a chip that shows when you follow someone. So now you can see if you're editing the document, oh, I'm following Skylar, or oh, I'm following whoever's editing the document. You can see who you're following. So there's no need for you to look in the user list to see, am I following someone? And if you jump around, well, it's clear what's causing it now. And to unfollow someone, you can click on the user you were following, or on the chip, or you can still click on yourself. And when you start typing, you also unfollow. So no more typing, jumping, and editing the wrong place. But right now, no new information is displayed on there. It's all UI. So it might be nice in the future to change this following the editor so that it says the name of the person you're following. So I've made some designs here, you know, following the editor, currently Skylar Gray. And that could show you more clearly who's writing in the document when you're following someone. Watch it. More's coming. Thank you.
That's your phone.
No.
Thanks, man.
This is up to you.
Must they?
Yeah, you can just use this.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Okay,
It
good
should
stuff.
work. Yeah.
Here we go. So, hi, my name is Noel Grandin. I do performance optimizing and improvements on LibreOffice, mostly on the desktop version of LibreOffice, but the changes typically apply to both. So my weapons of choice are a tool called Perf under Linux and a visualization tool made by the excellent KDAB people called Hotspot. Perf is a Brendan Craig thing built into Linux these days, part of the kernel, generates awesome stack traces and things. And it has become a lot better in the last year or two. In the beginning, when I first started using this tool, it was prone to all sorts of weird behaviors where it would randomly decide it didn't know what the stacks were or what the debug symbols were and things like that. But in general, it's gotten a lot better. There's still occasional things that go a little bit weird because you got to ensure that you got a match between your kernel version and your perf tools versions and things like that. And occasionally the perf guys keep improving things, which, you know, occasionally breaks the perf tracing formats and things like that. But in general, it works pretty robustly. The only downside with perf is that it is a sampling profiler. What that means is that instead of like a Valgrind, running your application under a kind of virtual machine and then taking and counting cycles, it's less accurate. It samples stack traces by default 200 times a second, and then aggregates those stack traces into a display. This means that the upside is that I get really rapid feedback. So I've got a nice cycle time. I can make a change, run a test, and see the results all in under 3 or 4 minutes, as opposed to Valgrind, which easily takes me half an hour to get through a complete cycle. The downside is that you need enough samples. So typically I need a test case that runs for on a kind of without doing anything
on a normal performance enhanced build, in other words, a release build, I need it to run typically between 10 seconds and 2 minutes. If I don't have a good test case that runs inside those timeframes, then I'm a little bit stuck. If it runs too short, you don't get enough samples. If it runs too long, well, then you kind of defeated the point of using perf. So you kind of, I often need to either cut down a test case, or in rare cases, I need to take a test case and loop it, or increase the size of the document, cut and paste it, those sorts of things to generate a big enough trace to make a useful result. Now, what you're looking at there is called a flame graph. This is the best thing that's happened to profiling in the last couple of decades. It is just so much easier to read. I spent my early career doing performance optimization stuff using trees of graphs and ASCII layouts and other visualizations which aren't even close. I'm not sure who came up with the flame graph stuff, but Brendan Craig popularized it, and it is just great. It gives you an intuitive view of where your time is being spent in your program, and in the implementation inside KDAB Hotspot, it's fully graphical. You can click inside it to zoom into chunks. You can filter on sections of your timeline. And the best part is you can right-click on a kind of little node there, one of those little blocks, and it'll open a text file with your source code, wherever that specific problem is happening. It's not perfect. The debug symbols are not always pointing at exactly the same right line of code. Occasionally inlining will mess up things a little bit, and you'll be looking at something kind of one node too high in your stack trace or one node too low. But in general, it gets you pretty close to where you want to be, and it's just great for quickly working up and down the stack, looking for information about where the performance is going and what's happening. And yeah, it's a fast tool, it's robust, and they deliver it in a lovely little app image package, which means you don't have to worry about getting all your dependencies right on your Linux box. So what have I been working on? Well, you know how they say that only 20% of an app is the useful stuff? Well, unfortunately, everybody uses a different 20%. So a lot of the bugs that I fixed in the beginning were kind of generically applicable. But now the performance I'm seeing is that people are having very specific niche use cases where they're using a particular slice of features that happen to interact badly. And then you end up with performance problems. And of course, there's the people who look at LibreOffice and go, well, of course, I can load 1 million lines of information into Calc, which is true, but it takes a long time and chews up a lot of memory. And so I trace all those sorts of things. So what have I been up to? Recently, I've been up to chasing print preview with an interesting combination of row styles and the recent large column widths thing that we have, where if you have a single row style in Calc, then the preview was taking on the order of 30 to 60 seconds to display, whereas previously it used to be under kind of 2 seconds. So I chewed that down and managed to get it down to under about 5 seconds. So that's where we are. And then I've been chewing at a bunch of other little bugs, and unfortunately, I haven't had any like huge wins. Maybe I think the one in the middle, where docx had one commit that had like a lovely, great, yes, this is the core of the problem, hammer it, and we're 10 times faster. But all the other ones were like chew away 1% here, chew away 2% there, chew away 3% there. And so you just got to keep slicing away at it and gradually get the times back down to reasonable numbers. Cool, thank you.
Thank you. And now Shimon with font previews and JSDialog widget updates.
Hello, my name is Szymon, and in this talk I will show you what we improved since the last conference in JSDialogs, which is our framework for widgets. We use that framework for dialogs and other UI components. In the last year, we were mainly focused on improving the accessibility and user experience in different areas. First, I will show you update in accessibility of documents. So we have this new sidebar, which is called Navigator. You will hear more about Navigator in talk from Attila, but you can see that it has tree-like structure on inside, which is a tree view widget. It got improved, and now we have more possibilities to show some icons and handle interaction with it better with single click, double click. Other nice feature is rendering of previews in the combo boxes, for example, in font picker. So now you can see how the font will look before you use it, because previously we had only the name. So you had to remember how it looks like. Other very important thing is keyboard support. We improved handling the shortcuts by using the keyboard accelerators. You can see them in Dialogs and also in Notebook Bar. I think Gokai will tell more about it in his talk about keyboard shortcuts. Yes, but it's very important for people who use only the keyboard. Other nice improvement is we have now our own widget for dropdowns, so all looks unified. All the menus we can now replace with our dropdowns, so we have less work with making it look better. And also we have this nice example in the Calc. We have conditional formatting options in these dropdowns, and some details about under the hood things. We simplified mostly all of the different components we have in Collabora 9. So now the HTML structure is much simpler and it's easier to style, easier to navigate with keyboard, for example. And also we worked on reduction of dependencies. So we don't use that many external libraries, but we have our own widgets, so it will be more unified and simpler. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and now we are going to watch one more remote presentation, and then next up, Arawa with Dorian.
Hi, I'm Tomasz Weigel. I'm a software engineer at Collabora, and I'll talk about first page header and footer interoperability. So header and footers in Writer. We have in Writer page styles which can define headers and footer for a page. And not only that, we can also define headers and footers, content which is separated if the page is first, if the page is on the left side, on the page is on the right side, so like inside a book. First, to use this, we have to enable this in the page styles. By default, the same context is used for left, right, and first page, so we have to explicitly disable this so that we don't have the same contents for the left pages and for the first page. So this, for each page we can then define headers and footers, but of course we can have multiple page styles in a document. So this is the dialog where we can enable same contents for the left page, left and right pages, and same contents for the first page. So now the issue with the OXML import. OX import in LibreOffice didn't support first page headers and footers. This was because it was implemented before Writer had support for first page headers and footers. And since then we added the support for first page headers and footers, but we did not modify the OXML import itself. Of course, it was possible to still import OXML documents that has first page headers and footers defined, but in that case, what it did is it imported the first page as a separate page style, and then for left and right as a separate page style. So you created a two-page styles for what could be done inside one, and this is, of course, causes problems because the structure is not the same of the page styles, and we don't use the feature that we already have. So since then we reworked the import of the OXML document so that the first page headers and footers are supported, and we didn't want to break any existing functionality, so we have to be very careful with that. It also supports importing multiple sections. Sections in OXML are like page styles, but a lot less powerful. We can just define a section, new section, and then define what the headers and footers are, not all the extra stuff that are inside a page style inside LibreOffice. So each section can have first and even odd headers and footers. Even odd is just the same as left and right inside LibreOffice. This is just the terminology that is used inside OXML. It's also possible to inherit the sections, so you can have one section and then inherit from the previous section, and headers and footers will be also inherited from that. This can create quite some difficult situations that we have to take into account. In LibreOffice, then we just import them as copies of the page style, but this is just, we cannot do anything about it. So this is now the results. As you can see, we successfully imported the first headers and footers in the same as left and right. This is all done inside one page style, and this is then when we have multiple sections that are then imported inside multiple styles, and you can see that this works now really good. It's quite a little bit tricky to show what was actually done here, because we don't see which page style is actually used, so I had to write this inside the actual headers itself, so that we can see that in the first we have like the default style, and when there is a first header, left, right, and so on, and then at page 5 you can see that it's just custom style, and then a third style from page 10, and we still are working correctly. So this is all by me. Thank you, and bye.
Hello. Let me try to make it full screen. I'm not sure if I remember how it goes. Something like that. And let me see if it works. Yes, it works. I think you can also use this one if you want to. Or if it's okay. No problem.
So, hi, I'm Dorian from Arawa Company. and I'm going to present you a use case from our client STIS 57. So we change all the collaborative platform only with open source softwares. So first of all, let me say just a little word about Arawa. So we are a company working only with open source softwares and collaborative software. So our aim is to promote free software and the libre. And we would like to integrate with existing systems. And of course, to provide control on the data and data sovereignty for our customers. And we work with some softwares like Nextcloud mainly, but also Tresim. And this is for the sharing and storing documents. We work with Collabora Online and OnlyOffice for the editing. And sometimes we can add some video conference softwares, instant messaging, and project management. We also have 3 products, but for Nextcloud and BigBlueButton, it's like some applications. And now let's talk about STIS 57. So it's fire and rescue service for the Department of Moselle, so 57. In English, so it's the department number. So it simply ensures civil protection, and they have 900 professional firemen and around 4,000 volunteers. So it's divided between 5 companies and 22 districts. So the project is to give them a collaborative platform to store and to share files. And the problem is that they had file servers, old file servers, and it became too hard to maintain, and they were not centralized. So for example, if they wanted to share some documents between 2 districts, they just duplicate the documents. And they worked only with desktop softwares. So that's why Collabora is the solution here for online editing. Also, they wanted to simplify the access in nomad mode, like smartphones, tablets, and all the different operating systems. They also wanted to have an edition with only open formats. So the challenge here was about how to share the documents and how to edit the documents between all the districts, and they want to share them with a hierarchical structure and also an intersecting structure, so between the districts. So we had some applications for this, like Workspace, and we did it with Nextcloud. And the idea is to have independent, the idea is that each district is independent for the file sharing, the file management. We also added some video conference, and all of this with a seamless integration with an existing SSO. So what did we choose? So Nextcloud with Workspace and Monitor, our products, Collabora Online, and BigBlueButton. What about the implementation? So it began in 2020 with some proof of concept with 50 users, and then it was a success. So in 2021, it was the full-scale deployment. So over 5,000 of people and across 22 districts. So what about the architecture? We have 3 Nextcloud nodes and all the needed components with it. 3 Collabora Online nodes, 1 BigBlueButton server, and a load balancer to split the flows. We also provide support for the STIS. So functional support with some trainings for the, let's say, functional administrators. So the person who configure functionally the platform for share files, etc. We provide some documentations and guides for the end users, but also for the functional administrators. And then on the technical side, it's pretty the same. So training for technical staff and exploitations and administrative documentations. So what about the result? So the users are extremely happy. And for the moment, they don't need other evolutions, but maybe it will come in the future with other applications, etc. We have 2,500 active users, so it's great for us. And it replaced all the 40 file servers. For the moment, they still sometimes need some help with the tools, but thanks to the documentations, so it works for the moment, and they enroll more and more users, and it really increased the communication between all the services, all the districts, and always with a free and open source software scope. So just last word, we obtained a collaborative and open source platform. It covers all the critical collaborative needs, and we offer also data security and control. So thank you for your attention.
Let me just. Yep. Okay. Hello again. For the scope of this talk, we will mention problems and their solutions when it comes to editing the same document with multiple users, so multiple views, and they are meant to be kind of independent from each other, but then again, you work on the same document. So you want to be in your own kingdom, working on your document, but at the same time kind of talking to others without talking to them or something like that. It's a bit tricky, but we will find out how to do this. So we build on LibreOffice technology. In desktop LibreOffice, you can have multiple windows for the same document, so that kind of gives you multiple views. But these are not really meant to be visible for separate users. So in the original context, it was fine to share the same language, the same username and other settings like this for the separate for these views. But when we reuse this functionality for the purpose of Collabora Online, then this needs to stop. And like I co-edit a proposal with Shimon, and I get to see his nice Polish style names. Then I get a little bit angry because I know something went wrong, and I actually want to see my nice English UI and no localized strings. And of course, this will not be that encouraging for translations, but at least it should be consistent. And here is basically a selection of problems that we run into in the past half year and the fixes for those. So one thing that happened is that on the right-hand side, you can see one view, and on the left-hand side, you can see another view. You click on a link in the right view, and you still get the pop-up to open that link in the other view, which when you first see it, it's rather scary. And it turns out what happened was that we were dispatching a command to open this link, but it was executed asynchronously. So the view at dispatch time and execution time was different, and we need to make sure that these are matching so that the link is actually opening at the right view. Quite similarly, it turned out it's not just hyperlinks. For example, in the Calc conditional formatting dialog, you can have this setup that you manage your conditional formattings, but we really don't like this nesting of dialogues, because then you start spinning a main loop inside the main loop, and that's like very complicated and good to avoid. So instead, we dispatch an async command to open the new dialog, which will add the new conditional formatting. And it could happen that you were opening this dialog in one view, but it opened in another view, which suggests that you don't really want to focus on hyperlinks, but on the more broad problem. There is something deeper to be fixed here. And again, the solution is the same. Make sure that when you schedule this command to do something, and when you actually execute it, these views are matching. It was a bit similar with the status bar. It could happen that parts of the status bar was localized and other parts were not, depending on, like, one view was using localized user interface and the other is not. And it's not just a missing translation, like the string was there, it was just a mix-up with the local of the different views. And it's not just the sidebar. I also fixed the problem around the not just the status bar, it's also it was also affecting the sidebar, where, for example, when you start editing charts, then you could have this setup that you have a localized user interface on the right-hand side, and the localized string is there, but still you got English strings, which is a bit unfortunate. So in summary, asynchronous commands now handled in a way that the dispatch time and the execution time current view is now synchronized. So when you do something, it actually happens to you and not to some other random users. And there were similar problems in the status bar, in the sidebar. These are now fixed. Also, we now have some testing framework in place. You don't really want to test if, let's say, that status bar item is like translated to German, because then the German translation is updated and then the test fails. But we figured out that next to the actual localized string, we can also embed the locale. And the locale is nice because we have all the locales even in a developer build without any localized strings. So we can nicely assert that these dialogs are showing up in the right view. The status bar locale is matching our expectations. The sidebar is matching our expectations. So hopefully what you get is now much more consistent and meeting your expectations. Thanks for listening.
Okay, now we have Birgit Becker from EGroupware, and next Balázs Wagner. You can use this, or if you prefer, you can also use it. It's up to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Birgit Becker. I'm from EGroupware. I've talked the last years a lot about the integration of EGroupware and Collabora Online, especially for our placeholder system, which allows to merge data into EGroupware. This time, I'd like to show a specific app. It's our VIDEOTEACH app. And VIDEOTEACH, like the name says, it's a learning tool. And it's perfect for schools, traineeship, and universities. Especially, you have different kind of use cases. So the whole system works like you have something showing the video, showing the PDF, and you have overlays. And the overlays can be, you can command on these things. Or you have, let's say, a video which is not didacticized, and you can put something on to get task and proceed the task while the video is running. Therefore, you can do media-supported learning presentations. You can add tests, examinations on videos or PDFs. You can use it as a reflection tool, didacticized video analyzing, and with Collabora on top, you even get really complex structure-guided analyzing possibilities and personal notes. And something else we have added in the last year is we are able to do some live feedback, especially for traineeship of teachers or students. So First, I'd like to showcase a bit how does it look when working with videos or PDFs. So as I said, we are working with an overlay. You can watch the video, stop it at position X, and mark something in the video. Like in that example from biology, mark the A protein in the video, and you just mark it in the video, and we are recognizing and storing the video time and the exact position on the video. And therefore, you can use it also as jump points. You can comment on these things, or you can ask questions like at that time or at a specific time frame, mark the A protein in the video, and the learners have to do it. And even if it's running as a test, it can be automatically checked if it's correct or not. And therefore, you generate more attention for the content. Another example is you may have PDF documents like scientific papers. You don't have it as a document itself. You just have the PDF. And you want to talk or analyze that paper. And therefore, what we're doing is we have the PDF, and you can again mark in the PDF at that position, that page, and comment on it like we see it on the right-hand side. And then you can again use these as markers or jump points, talk about it either synchronously or asynchronously with the others, and analyze the whole thing. One thing what we want to do, it's not yet implemented, export that as a PDF, including the command with the specific positions, which is for sure, it's in general possible because Collabora Online can do that based on the document and then export it in the PDF. And we now want to put it together, the PDF commands and the positioning. That's one of the missing parts, and we are working on that. The other thing I told is about that live feedback. So it's like I'm doing a presentation like I'm doing it now, and you record it, and the audience just has their mobile phones, and you have before agreed about what do you want to analyze, like having categories, and you can just click on thumbs up, thumbs down during the presentation and therefore show, oh, it's clearly structured at that point, it's understandable, or it's boring, or whatever you want to analyze. And because everything gets recorded and uploaded automatically when the presentation ends, you can analyze it after the presentation. That's what you see on the right-hand side. You see on the lower part, the commands, and on the upper part, let's say the collections and the amount, how often people click on thumbs up or thumbs down for that category. And therefore, you can start analyzing your whole process and how you performed. And what we see in that picture is how it works then for the more structure-guided analyzing. You can either click on that pencil icon on the bottom to add or edit a command, or you can add a personal note, or you can download, for example, something for mass changes and upload it afterwards. So, as I said, you can either click on the edit and therefore add according to your mark before something, or a retweet to a command, or use a command as a jumping point. Or if you want to add a personal note, you just click on that icon, add a personal note. We are overlaying Collabora Online with a prepared spreadsheet with whatever you want to analyze or showcase. You put in the position, your name, and your commands, and therefore you can use that later on during the discussion as personal notes, what you can either just use for your own, or you can work on that document cooperatively, and everybody adds his notes there. with the export, it's in CSV export. You can open it with Collabora Online, change whatever you want to change, and upload it again, and therefore get your changes into the document. So that's what we got as the feedback from teachers as well from trainees itself, because it gives you a really good chance to analyze afterwards, proceed the video of the presentation, see where are the clusters of positive or negative feedback for that category. So if you can do much more effective and targeted counseling and training. And on the other side of the trainee, he can also check before what he wants to analyze, get the feedback, watch the video, see if it was correct for him or not, and if what he wants to learn out of all these kind of things. So in general, VIDEOTEACH, it's perfect for schools, traineeship and universities. It easily integrates into other learning platforms like Moodle, OpenOLAT, all these things, because we are using LTE, which is an interoperability language for learning platforms. And we can integrate in general, because we use the EGroupware framework, with LDAP, Active Directory, Univention, all these kind of things. And with Collabora on top, yeah, as mentioned before, you even can get more structured, guided analyzing and personal notes. Thank you. If you have any questions or want a presentation, feel free to ask us and try it out yourself.
So, hello everybody. My name is Balázs Varga, and I'm working at Allotropia company. And I would like to talk about LibreOffice WebAssembly, EMBind, and how to use the LibreOffice UNO programming API directly from JavaScript against LibreOffice running next to it in a web browser session. So let's talk about firstly about the LibreOffice WebAssembly in generally. Can you hear me? It's better? Yes. Okay, so I will move a little bit closer. So the LibreOffice WebAssembly port is an Allotropia lead initiative to have LibreOffice ported to WebAssembly. With that, LibreOffice can be running natively and fully client-side in all modern web browser. It is built with the newest Encryption version now, with the 3.1 version. Also works with the Qt framework as the UR or in headless mode, which I showed in last year in the cool days. And it's also working with the Collabora Online, which was also ported to WebAssembly in the last years. So, but we had a better idea to having a direct interface on the browser enables wide range of applications. Also, because with that is not so overhead, like with other frameworks, for example, the Qt. Generally, about the EMBind is used to bind C++ functions and classes to JavaScript, so that the compiled code can be used in a natural way by normal JavaScript. EMBind also support calling JavaScript classes from C++, and EMBind support for binding most C++ constructs, including those introduced in C++ 11 and 14 as well. EMBind is, as I mentioned, is part of the Encryption toolchain. EMBind was inspired by the Boost Python, and uses a very similar approach for defining bindings. At the moment, there is no comprehensive EM-bind performance testing, either against standard benchmarks or relative to the bind. The call overhead for simple functions has been measured at about 200 nanoseconds, as I know, while there is room for further optimizations for the EM-bind. But so far, its performance in real-world applications has proved to be more than acceptable. So let's see an example in the code base. So the binding block defines a chain of member function call on the temporary class object. The same style is used in Boost Python. The function register the class, its constructor, the member function, the class function, and if they have the properties as well. The binding block binds the class and all its methods. As a rule, it should be binded only those items that are actually needed, as each binding increases the code size and it can cause slowness. Let's see another example. It's a simple get text UNO function from the X text range interface. The function registered also the class and its constructor, member functions, and class functions and property. Also, it's important that if C++ classes have virtual or abstract member functions, it's possible to override them in JavaScript because JavaScript has no knowledge of the C++ table. EM-bind needs a bit of glue code to convert C++ virtual function calls into JavaScript calls. Okay, in this example, you can see some EM-bind construction of UNO any types. Some of them was already EM-bind is successfully already, and some of them was added in the last month by Stefan. For example, the sequence, structure exception, and the interface and enum UNO types as well. This is just a small part of the code. And here is a usage example through JavaScript of the current implementation. In the example, we create an empty document and insert the text into the first paragraph. First, we create UNO EM-bind model. Then we create the namespace, and then a text document, text cursor, and after that we can insert a text into the document. Here is another example. In this case, we change all the paragraph character color. First, we also create an UNO module, then iterate through on the existing text paragraphs and set a property value which contain random color in an UNO any type. Let's talk a little bit about the exceptions. We can already catch C++ exceptions from JavaScript, but the code exception is just a pointer to the exception with no operand type attached. After the introduction of tags to WebAssembly, EM-bind introduced some serious functions in the newer versions. I think in the mscript 3.1, they introduced this new get CPP exception tag or get CPP exception throw value functions, which can be useful for the UNO exceptions as well, which are not handled at the moment. And we didn't try it yet, but theoretically it should work with that, as I discussed with Stefan about that. That would be one of the next tasks around here. And also about the future plans is to make API more JavaScript compatible and combine more UNO types and handling UNO exceptions as well, which would be very important. And yeah, thank you for your attention. Yeah, good. Thanks.
Okay, now we will have Torsten, if we can. Can we? And next, Leif Joran. But now Torsten.
Hey everyone, it's me, Torsten, also from Allotropia. And yeah, I thought I'd talk a little bit about ODF and package encryption. So who does not know ODF, the open document format? We talk later. So yes, encryption. Why is that a thing? Well, it's like keeping data addressed encrypted. And the story behind that is that it actually predates the actual standardization. ODF itself is almost 20 years old. And this encryption thing that was added not before OpenOffice, but in the first year or in the second year in 2001. That was called StarOffice XML, the format back in the day. So got added there pretty much in an ad hoc fashion, which is why we have a number of problems, or we had a number of problems after that. So I think it's a wonderful story of implementing something on an engineering level that sounded like or that looked like a good idea when it was done, but 20 years later it doesn't really hold up anymore. So the design decisions back in the day were that I don't know if you know the ODF file format is essentially a zip archive with a number of with a directory structure and a number of files in there. And there's some metadata manifest XML file that describes all of those files. So that sounded like a great idea to just if you need to encrypt something, well, obviously you can't encrypt everything because you still need some metadata, like what kind of document is that, and possibly other things, and also perhaps some information about the actual encryption. So back in the day, the design decision was, let's just encrypt the important bits and leave the other bits unencrypted. So there was this encrypt every package entry, so every file inside the package separately. And that then leads to a number of knock-on effects, which were in hindsight not so great. So that runs the key definition function, so the password-based key definition function for all the files, because that PBKDF that needs a seed, and the seed needs to be different. If it's not, you have this kind of known plain text attack. So you needed to seed the actual encryption key for every file. So you needed the entropy and you needed to generate the key. And then for every encrypted file, you needed an initialization vector for the AES encryption, which was another entropy that you needed for that. So the end result of that, and of course you get a lot of known plain text because you have a lot of XML files or a lot of images there, which all start with the same, like the initial, whatever, 100 bytes of that are all the same. And yes, lots of entropy. So you drain, if you want to use real entropy, like stuff that is coming from the hardware, and you have hundreds of files inside, like, for example, an Impress document with 100 slides, all of them with a nice picture in there, so that easily you get like 100 or 200 files there. And on every save, like imagine you have autosave enabled, and on every save, you just drain the entropy. So, and all of that was not clear when they start. So of course, the engineer implementing that, it's like, oh, works nice, like for this small sample file there. Yes, and to add insult to injury, it was also quite hard to compress because the compression was actually then happening after the encryption. Encryption obviously makes a file that is almost pure white noise. So it's actually it's supposed to be hard to compress. So yeah, so that was pretty unhealthy in the end. So there was a very famous bug in, I think from 2016 or 17, when this PBKDF, there was some sort of, that's just, you put in your password and then you have some algorithm that iterates on that password and actually generates a very long key that for symmetric encryption. And there was a recommendation that because, well, if the iteration number is low, you can just brute force it. So you just try that. So you have this like, I don't know, dictionary attack, and then you just iterate. And then if the iteration count is low, it's quite easy to do that. So the recommendation over the years with the computing hardware getting cheaper and GPUs getting faster was to bump that to from 1024, which was the old setup, to about 100,000. And there's a very famous bug in Bugzilla with this. Oh, this is completely unusable now. So when I save this document, it now takes 2 minutes. It is, and so the problem was then that something that was supposed to be great, which is having encryption, was so unusable that people were actively avoiding that. Or you would have to artificially weaken the setup, so like lower this iteration count again to make that actually usable. So that was like between a rock and a hard place. And I'm quite grateful that for the BSI for funding this improvement after like something like 8 years trying to find someone there. So what we're doing now is we store so we do just this fundamental law of software engineering. So just have another indirection. So what we're doing is we take the normal ODF package format, and we just inside this package format, we put one encrypted file, which is another ODF package, but just encrypted one. And then we can use the metadata information and most of the ODF standard that is there. We run this password-based key definition function just once per save. So that's like 2 orders of magnitude savings in computing. We have a lot less known plaintext because, well, it's all just one package. There's a bit of known plaintext at the start of it because there's some metadata, but it's all. And we're much, much more frugal with entropy. So the problem with entropy is that if you run out of entropy and then your operating system is providing you with pseudo-random numbers, that becomes a lot weaker. And you don't know when that happens. But when it happens, it's quite easy to attack. So you also want to avoid that. And now it compresses like plain ODF. So first you have ODF, you save that, normal compression, and then you encrypt that. So that's all good. And we have it standardized. So it's we have it implemented as experimental in 24.2, and it's going to be the desktop LibreOffice in 24.8. So it's going to end up in online probably next year, or maybe backward. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, sorry, that's not, that slide's going to be online, I hope. So that's standardized. It's going to be an ODF 1.5 because we missed the window for 1.4. So that's always a year, like a lead time for that. And that's the kicker. It's much more performant. So it's now back to the old speed. It's probably even faster than before. It's faster than it ever was because we don't need this reiteration and getting the entropy and regenerating the keys. It's just one key setup, one encryption, and then we're done. It's more tamper with it. While we're at it, we would just redesign that from the ground up, like 25 years later. So crypto has advanced. So we're using the AES GCM, which is not just encrypted, but it's also authenticated. So that means no one can tamper with that and kind of slide in some buffer overflow, some backdoor. So you know if anybody tampered with that, the moment the tampered byte arrives. So then you can just stop processing that. And it's just for free. So just using a different algorithm that was not used before. We're hiding the metadata. So there's no clear text file names, because there was another information leak, because the file names were not encrypted, because the entire package was not encrypted, just the individual entries. Yeah, and much higher resistance to brute forcing, in particular with this Argon. So if you're using full disk encryption, you usually get that these days on Linux. And Argon is something that is not just using CPU, but also a lot of RAM, which really helps against people with a GPU, because GPU has lots of computing power, but not so much RAM, at least in comparison. So yeah, overall, I think a great improvement, much safer, much more usable. And yeah, thanks for your attention.
I think you can use that if you want. Yep, that's. Let me try to. I think it's not there. Yeah. Yeah, it works.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Leif Göran. I'm switching slide now. I'm a free programmare syndicate. It's an example of a small partner. And the acronym here, FPS, I know it's overloaded, so it's not frames per second or first-person shooter, but I will use it because otherwise you will hear me saying it a lot during this presentation. So even if we are small, we want to contribute, of course, to the robustness of everything. And one of the things you can see here is that, okay, we probably want to have more than the latest release back in the repository so that we can actually go back if something is severely broken. Otherwise, you can see the details here if you want to see what we are mostly interested in. I want to thank Andras and, of course, Aaron and Timur as well for handling these requests. Since we are small, we are also a bit daring, so we update basically the same day that the release is there. So most customers are already on the latest version the same day the announcement is made. So then you wonder, who are FPS? And I know that this is a plural, but it's a singular entity, of course, but it's pluralistic in its activities. So that's why I write, who are FPS? Then you can, okay, what do we do? Yeah, we do a lot of things, trying to fill blank spots with free software where there are none, especially for social movement organizations, but we do have customers which are governmental organizations and private entities as well. So yeah, but we have a wide variety of what we are doing to fill these blank spots. We have been working with this since 2008, and we want to continue to do that continuously as well. So if you look at our webpage, you can see more what we are actually doing. But related to Collabora Online, we do have, for Sailfish OS, we are also working with integrating it there. As you have seen from the previous slide, we are also working a bit with language tool and DeepL. Yeah. This you can see our DeepL usage of the last 6 months, and you can see the first dip, and you can see the second dip, and the first dip is related to the first bug that we showed in the first slide, and we tried to recover that by having the customers being able to translate the full document rather than from inside of Cool. But yeah, that's something that was not covering for the full not using it, but yeah. And the second dip is unfortunately done due to one customer thinking, no, we are not going to use this unreliable service. So yeah, we have to take that. But we also got another customer. So yeah, we're happy to be able to contribute to the robustness of Cool. So the language tool side of the moon then. And FPS provides local language tool to all customers, users for free. It's a local installation running on our service. So if you want to see some announcements, we made the TOOF in August to show some new features that we have been working with. We are also doing workshops and yeah. And the good thing with the language tool work is that we are aligning it with the Swedish writing rules, 4th edition, which is published by the Swedish Language Council. And this is definitely a very major USP in the sense that this will make it possible to promote it and be accepted into primary schools, because if you do it consistently, and no one has done that before. So yeah, we are trying to do that. And this is divided into 17 different categories with a lot of subcategories. And we align this so that we can say, okay, but this subcategory and that subcategory are related or relying on that other subcategory in the other category. Because sometimes if you, okay, I want to spell foreign names in this way, it also means that you need to do something else in a specific way, rather than, oh, I can mix and match. But yeah. So the actual first hurdle that we had in the winter of 2022 to go on with this was that Swedish was not allowed to be passed on to language tool. But that was the incentive for me to build the LO core for the first time, just to debug this. And yeah, so it's also a success in that way. I managed to do it due to something I wanted to do. So yeah, probably the best solution. So we are expanding and step up our goals. So we are actually employing a new editor on April 22nd, so that we will have one more person working with producing text and especially also writing about Cool and so on. And in addition to that, we are also opening up a PeerTube instance with a section dedicated to Cool, so that we can have a full spectrum of things going on there. One big thing with social movements organizations is the trust issue. So this is why it takes some time to actually double your revenue, for instance. It's not done overnight, so it takes years. And we are trying to thread carefully with this. And we believe in long-term relations, of course, otherwise it will not be successful. And since we're also working with many high-profile activists, we want to keep the attack surfaces to a minimum, because last year we also had a huge DDoS of 43 gigabits for 5 weeks to one customer. It was more than 1,700 IP addresses involved. So yeah, that's one of our now rising issues for the coming year. So yeah, at least you know what we are struggling with in that sense. So with that, I will end with saying that Pre-Programmer Syndicate loves Cool. Yeah.
Okay, so we have one more presentation and then tea break. Okay. Yes.
Hello, this is meant to be a bit similar to what Killam was presenting with ugly debugging, but here I'm reducing the scope a bit and I will just talk about writer. The main message is that there are a number of layers that can contain the problem you are hunting for. Basically the recommended strategy is that you don't really go too deep in each layers, but you visit those layers. And once you are more confident that this is the area which is problematic, then you can go deep there. And this strategy usually leads to actually finding the root cause and not just piling up hacks on top of hacks. So first we have the document model level. This is just some sample document where we had a strange problem that the second paragraph was bold, but only in case there were some extra words at the end of the paragraph. If that was there, then the first part was bold, so this looks good. But if those extra content was not there, then not. And you know, boldness is such a basic feature that how this is possible, this goes wrong. And once you turn on this document model debugging, hopefully I have a little bit more time than that. I know everyone is desperate for the break, but please give me a few more minutes. So there is some environment variable which you can enable to dump the currently loaded document model to a dump, and then you can analyze that, and that can actually lead to understanding how this goes wrong and what's the problem, and we can fix it. It's possible that the document model itself looks good, and there is some higher layer which contains the problem. This is some other very minimized document where there was some a combination of change tracking and anchored images and content controls. And if you manage to use these three in combination in some unfortunate setup, then something bad happens, like we fail to load the document, which is quite rare. So this is somewhat exciting. And in this case, the problem was at this higher level, the scripting API level. And this was possible to find either in LibreOffice, there is a tools, development tools deck at the bottom that shows you various paragraphs and the portions of one paragraph and so on. Also, you can play around with macros, and in case the problem itself is in this layer, then that's one tool that you can use to hunt down where the problem to be fixed is. Another level is, let's say you have, we talk about writers, so the most frequent format is docx, and it can happen that something is in the docx import itself. So the created document model is already bad, and it's not, the problem is not in writer core. It's like, as we open the file, something already goes wrong, and everything is just a consequence of that. In that case, it can happen that there is another debugging tool for dumping the traffic in between two parts of that docx importer. This is split in two parts because then we can share code with, for example, RTF. And you can dump the traffic between these two parts, and based on that, you can decide if you want to go further, like forward or backwards in this import pipeline to find where is the root of the problem. Now, what the most time-consuming is done when the import process is working nicely, the document model looks nice. You don't obviously see a problem when you play around in macros, so that's the layout problem, which can be exciting. You can have a combination of some unfortunate details when the layout goes wrong. One way to debug that is that the same environment variable can be set for dumping the document model and the layout, just with different keystrokes. You create a node dump, which is the document model, or a layout dump. And then you can get a dump of the document where you have these frames, like frames everywhere. That's layout for you. So you have a page frame, and then for paragraphs, you have the text frame and the header frame and the body frame and so on. And in many cases, the problem is that we miscalculate these frames. And once those frames are fixed, then the actual rendering is quite easy because we paint based on where these frames are. So that's this layout dump is something I use a lot. And the last level is that it can happen that something looks good in the document model level. The document itself, if you print it, it looks nice. But you go to the user interface, and let's say this paragraph has no explicit indentation, and you go to the UI and you see that there is some 10 centimeters of indentation, and you don't really understand that. And that can be a UI bug. It can even happen that there was a UI bug, and now you fix the rounding error, something goes wrong, because previously some notification was missing, but due to the rounding error, we assume that something got changed. So you fix the problem just to uncover something else. But at the end, in Dialogs, you can always inspect what's the incoming set of properties and what's the outgoing set of properties. In the online case, you can always open DevTools in Chrome, and you can see what are the incoming and outgoing WebSocket messages. And based on that, usually you can put together like what's the problem. So I guess that's mostly it. What we learned in the past several years is that it's good to not go very deep at the first possible reason where it might be the problem, because then you can easily spend lots of time in that area and it might not be the right one. So it's good to do check multiple layers and only then go deeper. It's useful to produce minimal public reproducer documents, because then you can use that for test cases, and it does pay off to find the root cause and fix that root cause instead of piling up hacks, because that's the only way we can do this in the long run. Thanks for listening. We managed to lose Pedro, and that's very sad because he was a good guy.
And yeah, this bit should be quick, so you can ignore that. First, I really wanted to look at some common latencies that people might experience here. So the average typist is something like, I forget, is it 6 characters a second? No, it can't possibly be that. That's a fast one. So they're really quite slow, 3 characters a second, right? Not very good. The pro typist is getting much more around I think 6. I type at about this quickly. I'm proud of that. Of course, it's not very accurate, but it looks good, you know. If you mash the keyboard, you can go about 3 times, you know, about 10 times faster than the average typist is just you banging the keyboard. So if you're testing our software by banging the keyboard, just be aware that you don't need the other 9 people to simulate the performance, right? And here are some latencies. This is a log plot. For those who don't know what log plots are, go and read it. Read about logs. They're great. So yeah, your Bluetooth keyboard latency, for example. Bluetooth is, people often don't know how quality Bluetooth is from a latency perspective, but you know, it's about 30 milliseconds. So you can go Frankfurt to London faster than you can go from your Bluetooth keyboard to the CPU next to it. Okay, so that's pretty bad. Of course, yeah. So even a wired keyboard, if it's really going for it, can take about half that time, which is quite funny because the frame time, you know, just to refresh the screen, where are we there? 60 hertz frame time. Yeah, so like it's also quite slow, surprisingly. If I push these through. Well, let's measure some people first. So the human eye blink, it varies. So apparently Americans blink at 400 milliseconds. Europeans blink at 100 to 200. I don't know why. I think it's the pace of life or something, or just different studies. But I'd like to measure you. So when I press this button, there'll be a green rectangle will appear on the screen. And this is the point where you can exercise, you know? I mean, I know it's a very sedentary lifestyle of being a programmer. So what I want you to do is start blinking really fast, okay? And hopefully your blink muscles will grow and bulk up. And when you see red, stop. Oh, and if you can count how many blinks you do at the same time, that would be good. Are you ready? It's a complicated task, but we basically got it, right? I press the button. As soon as you see green, start blinking. And then when you see red, stop. And then you have a number. Okay, are you ready? We got it, right? Ready, steady, go. Okay, what did you get? 4, 5. Ooh. So I have some advanced mathematics here. This is how to divide, you know, 1 divided by things. So if you saw 1, I can do that one. That's easy. But most people are around somewhere here in the middle, 5 or 6, something like that. So yeah, common. I mean, there's obviously some people who are getting 130 because they're a peregrine falcon, right? But okay, so this is, you know, like 5 or 6 is not too bad. Like that's 200 milliseconds a blink, 167. So when we come back and look at that, you know, like the very fast blink at 100 milliseconds is pretty much the same time it takes, you know, to get from Frankfurt to the East Coast and back again on the internet, right? Like that's the ping time between these data centers. Maybe you know, you're 6 or 7, then Frankfurt to the US West Coast is something like that. And the pro typist is, you know, struggling to type at the same rate that you blink. Probably there's no coincidence there. So yeah, so it's interesting. So in the blink of an eye is quite an interesting metric. Anyway, so this hopefully grounds some of the talking about this, and I've probably run out of time already. Anyway, don't optimize before profiling. I was coming back to that. So yeah. So one of the things that's interesting in life is that perception is not performance necessarily. So one of our largest improvements in perceived performance was making things slower and was waiting more time for things to come off the WebSocket before rendering, which is quite funny. So people perceive things differently, tearing and so on. Yeah. So and if you see the invalidation rectangles rendered in the debugging mode, you'll see how amazingly fast they appear, you know. But yes, so it's pretty difficult to measure things. So often we have this feel metric, and we're really looking forward to Neil's wonderful Valgrind-based performance things. But CPU sampling is not everything. We try and improve CPU performance. I think there's a talk about that shortly. But we also have these slow burn profiling things that are running all the time on our demo servers every second that we're sampling the stack trace. And Noel was talking about getting enough data. So we run that for about a week, and then we see what's happened on the demo server. And we also have some tracing tools that we can use to look at particular interactions. And you can turn those all on here. So if you go Control-Alt-Shift-D or triple click in Help About, You can see all sorts of clever things, and you can start to see what's happening with tiles and where they are, and have they been refreshed, and were they the same? Were they pointlessly refreshed? I think that's the yellow bit here. We managed to render the same tile again and then send you a message saying it didn't change, and so on. One of the things I'm most excited about, and I think it's going to have one of the largest impacts on where we're going to improve latency, is this thing. So we have a magic variable now we can export. Cool, watchdog equals 1. And what this does is it runs a little thread, and the thread sits there, and as soon as some thread or document or piece of the program is not responding, or it's busily doing something, but it's essentially not responsive, it starts to call a magic system call identified by Quaylon, wherever he's gone. Yes. And then Perf can get this system call and give you stack traces for that thing. So there's a bit more complexity and signals and good stuff. But the good news is, so essentially it's measuring the time that you're not yielding. When you're yielding, you're waiting for things to happen. This is good. Your computer should be idle all the time. It shouldn't be doing anything. It should be waiting for your next command, obviously. And so it measures this time here, and if it's too long, it starts sampling it. And the initial results look really, really promising. So this we don't really care about. This is the admin console looking at, this is a flame graph, incidentally. Thank you, Noel, for your introduction of it. So this is time on this axis. This admin console we don't really care about. It's not really an interactive thing. It's just measuring all sorts of stuff. This guy here is people joining sessions and downloading documents, which is kind of slow. The good news is Ash has done a whole lot of work that he'll tell you about at some stage later. So there's some good things there. And unfortunately, this is only the server side. So we need to get more into the kit process. So there's an end-to-end tracing tool as well, which is kind of nice. And here's some of the things that we've improved in the last few months. So we're doing a lot more aggressive tile caching in the client. So previously we would routinely throw everything away and then re-render, and now we really don't. We tend to think an old tile is better than nothing. We do quite a lot of re-rendering of things we already have, and so we're now keeping, well, just a lot more of these. I think it's 1,000 or so tiles or so in the client, and they're just much better compressed. So they're really, really much smaller. So we have 1 to 2,000. I think there's a low and a high watermark, something like that. And we keep those in a tiny compressed form. We manage our canvas memory better, so we have a few of them uncompressed big, as it were. And yeah, JavaScript garbage collection is not your friend. Before you know it, you run out of canvas memory, and bad things happen. And yeah, you can't get it back easily either. So there's some good fun here shepherding that, making that work nicely. Yeah, on spreadsheets, we now keep the other sheets. So we cache views of other sheets and we invalidate them. And in Impress, we cache views of all of your slides. So if you're running through a slide deck, we can have it pre-rendered. So as you move through slides, it's always rendering the next slide and maybe the next one ahead. So it's there, ready for you as you move, and then it's just very low latency. What else? Aha, yes, so I said essentially this. That's fantastic. And that too, good. That's speeding things up. And you see, latency reduction. We talk about the next slide before we finish. Never mind. Okay, perfect. So continual style. So there are a number of things here that are particularly silly we found. So one of the things was when you joined, lots of people joined a document. An unbelievable amount of time was spent doing the beautiful thumbnailing of styles in the bar, and probably font previewing as well, and all this good stuff. And wouldn't it be nice if you could cache that, do it once, and then just send it to people? So that's pretty good. And there's also, why don't you just let them see their document before sending all of this data to make things pretty? Ash has got a great talk on this later. Looking forward to it. Background safe. I've got another talk, which you will suffer through, perhaps. And then, yes, trying to make this smaller. So getting deltas instead of sending huge chunks of JSON for dialogue. So Shimon's done some great work on that, I think. And there's probably more to do. And then trying to get JavaScript, the size of the JavaScript down. So there's some great work there, getting rid of dependencies. Yeah, I mean, we have lots of end-to-end traces if people want to read them and go, oh, that looks silly. You know, there's quite a lot of, yeah, just look at it and see if there's some silly stuff. And yeah, and there's some other cool things that Heiko should want. Heiko, here is your chance to get glory. I mean, it would be really nice just to see all of the UNO commands that people are actually using. So we can do that on our demo servers easily and log everything that everyone's used for the last month, and then get some idea of the relative importance of stuff without leaking any confidential information, of course, across a large group. So that'd be cool. So we should probably do that. And that's me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Naomi. I don't know if you prefer this. Or... It's okay.
I'll stay where it's safe.
Use this.
Oh, fun.
Should work.
Nice. I'll wrap it up already. Yes, okay, sure. Cool. So I'm going to talk to you about how we do marketing collaboration with our partners. So our partners are at the heart of everything we do. Without our partners, we're kind of not a full package. So the types of marketing we currently do, we're always looking for new ways to work with our partners and new innovative things to do. So currently we create a lot of videos. So Richard is our main video guy. He loves to take videos and talk to you and interview you and make things that are easy for people to watch and kind of explain in bite-sized chunks of the heart of what we're up to. Case studies, webinars, testimonials, events, social media, and emails. So I'll go into a bit more of them. I'm just going to give you a list and run off. So videos, as I said, these are something we're really focusing on because video is exploding online. People love videos. So this is where we want to be. So last year we did a lot of videos with people. This year we will be targeting people in this room. And we'd love to interview you, find out what you are up to, what you're working with us on, and more fun stuff. So this is an example we did with Nextcloud last year. So this one interview we did with Julius, we created one video, a reel. We've created testimonials from it, and it was shared on social media by both parties. And also we have a lovely lead from it, which is even better. Case studies. So we love to show off case studies of how our partners are actually using Collabora Online. Here you even get a sneak preview of a new website they're working on. It shows off some of the case studies. You saw it here first. Webinars. So we've recently done a couple of webinars, one with Nextcloud, which was focusing on interoperability and migration, which Miklos did a talk on earlier. You heard a bit about that. And we did one with OpenText on their Filer product, which was an overview on their products as a whole and our integration. Testimonials, we love to share all the nice things people are saying about us because that makes us look great, but also it makes you look great too because we're showing how we're working together. Events, so events are a great way to meet partners around the globe, create more content in person. We've done some joint booths, so we did one with LOWA last December at the Open Source Experience. We did one with Nextcloud. We've had an OpenDesk booth as well, which was at the Smart Country Convention last year. And we also love to support partner events. So we go to the Univention Summit every year, which is a great chance to meet people also using Collabora Online and support one of our partners. Social media, we are very active on social media. I know a lot of you guys are too. So we're really focusing on sharing your content, retweeting you, mentioning you, trying to share the love as much as possible. We've also been experimenting with polls, which is gaining a lot of engagement. So that's also a fun thing we're doing at the moment. And emails, we have recently introduced a partner spotlight in 2024. So we've had 2 so far. So look out in the months ahead. It could be you. So how do we collaborate with partners when we are all located across the globe? That sounds hard, but it's not. One example here is with Raymond at Antecedent. He's based in the US. We're based in Europe. That doesn't sound like it's going to work very well, collaborate together. But in fact, it was one of the simplest case studies I've ever done. So we had a video call to discuss the project. Then we wrote a draft case study. We got feedback from Raymond, and then we had a final approval, and it was published. And yeah, it's great. Another example is with Lisi at Jesse. We had a call to discuss some ideas. We also met at the open source experience where we had a little discussion about some ideas. And we used the shared portal on Pristy to share documents and to collaborate there, so they could see what we'd created for them, and we left feedback for each other, and then we had a final approval and publishing. So we've done some videos and an integration white paper there, and there'll be plenty more to come. And last example is with EGroupware. So where's Birgit? Yes, Birgit. So Birgit presented her integration, and it was around a 20-30 minute call. So she walked us through everything they are doing. We learned more about what they were doing and what how we could then share their information in a better way than what we currently had. So we created a web page and a blog post and a few videos out of that. And there's also some testimonials. And then, we shared with Birgit. She approved it and we published it. So, yes, it is possible to collaborate across the globe.
Okay, so now we have Darshan. Next, Aloy.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Darshan, and we will talk about the QR code and the help functionalities where we added the filter content thing. So we all know, like, we don't need a different application to download in our phone or on our desktop to generate a QR code. So here we added a option to generate a QR and a barcode with the help of Collabora Online. We can there is a QR and barcode. You can see the options we will be working on. Here is the dialog. When we click on the insert tab, there is a QR and a barcode option, and this pop-up will open. You can give the URL to the URL or text input box, or for the barcode, you can give any of the code that you want to generate. There is options for error corrections, like low, medium, high. It gives like how much error correction do you need in your QR code when your QR code will tear apart, or some scratches over there when you print out and put it on the wall or some places. So there are some scenarios we took in mind, that like the dialog should be asynchronous, because we are collaboratively editing the documents. The dialog should be looks good, because if any of the feature doesn't look good, even if it works fine, it's useless. And so this is all about QR and barcodes. It's a very simple thing, so I don't think we will go further over there. The next thing is help section. We have help and help section about how the what are the sections we have in our Collabora Online, like action bars, toolbars, and information about them. So in a previous version, you can see on the UI side, it is categorized, but on the HTML structure, on our code basis, it's a total mess. So we fixed that and like put all the parts into a section. Like there is a action bar section, there is a status bar section, and category wise, like Calc have different features, ODF writer has a different feature. So how the information are structured in HTML, we have improved that. So there is a clarity in categorization and search functionality. Like it's a simple thing. Like there is this, yeah, you can see the search box over there, which like if we write anything which doesn't exist on the our help section, it just pop-ups like a red box as the same as the search functionality into the status bar. And if we search for like the word count, so every section which have this word count string into it, it will just highlight it that whole section. So yeah, this is the basic functionality, and I think we need that because we are very lazy to find the words by scrolling the things. Yeah, so thanks for Pedro and Shimon for always helping us, and special mention to Pedro for improving the design.
Okay, Eloy. Yes. Good. Next. Perfect. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Well, you are still surviving, so that's good. Yeah. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about any technical aspects or any technical pieces of our software, obviously, because if not, it's going to be a mess. So you probably already know me, so I will skip the introduction because I think it's not necessary, obviously. And well, our marketing team already talked about the benefits of having a case study and things together now. But you will be surprised that the most common questions that we receive from the sales team as soon as someone is approaching us is how many people are working in Collabora, and do you have real customers using Collabora? So yes, and obviously we are trying to justify that we are not a bunch of guys typing code on a van. And we are a company, we support our employees and our customers, and that's really important for us, obviously. And how we do that? By obviously creating case studies and customer references, I think is one of the most important things that we can have in order to justify our work, in order to justify to others that we support many customers, many organizations, companies worldwide, etc., and that we are a company that stands behind our software. So that's important also. I'm going to talk about different use cases, case studies that we have. And normally, what we do is, first of all, having a long discussions with our partners. Our partners are the face of Collabora for the end customers, and without them, we cannot sell. That's obvious. They understand the market, the local market, the people behind that, language, etc. There are a lot of barriers for a company that is trying to sell worldwide. And as I always said, you need to think global, but act locally. And thanks to our partners, we are doing that, no? This is the first case study that I'm going to mention. This is SIV, is one of the major global public sector digital services for healthcare and public organizations in France. I think this is important not only for the number of users, because, well, when someone is talking about Collabora, there is no 50 users only, or companies with 20 users using Collabora. We have many different deployments with a lot of users using Collabora and collaborative editing, etc. In this case, we are talking about more than 30,000. So this is not a small deployment. A lot of people using it on a daily basis. And I think the most important thing of this case study is also the number of sessions and collaborative editing that they have. There are multiple people collaborating on a daily basis on Collabora Online using our software. And that's great because this is exactly what we are trying to do now, having a lot of people that can enter the same document, collaborate, and have a smooth experience with us. No? Another important one, our colleagues from Arawa already mentioned this, but I think it's important to mention this because the value that the partner is providing in this case is also training and support for users, because normally what we're trying to do is trying to reduce fear in customers' mind, because if something goes wrong with Microsoft, it's Microsoft's fault. But if something goes wrong with an open source solution, it's probably the IT manager who is taking that decision, no? So let's try to reduce risk by
providing support, local support, first and second support level, training if it's necessary for end users, and also the technical people that is adapting the solution. So I think it's important, and this is the value that our partners are providing apart from any more value. But I think in this case, it's pretty clear that the training and support for users was the key in order to close the deal, in order to have successful users and IT managers using the tool. So I think it's really great to have our partners supporting this specific part of the deal, no? We also have Surf, is a long story that we have with our partner OnCloud. In this case, probably the most interesting thing, apart from the number of users that you can see here, well, Surf is one of the largest IT companies, organizations in the Netherlands. They are doing the National Research and Educational Network, maintaining that. And apart from having something like more than 60,000 users, which is a really large scale of users, I think the most important thing is the adoption of the tool. How many users are using the tool on a daily basis, and they are escalating the number of users every single day. And the reason why is because they are having a good experience with us. And if they have a good experience, more users are going to use the tool and the adoption is going to escalate, no? And that's exactly what we would really want to achieve. And again, Ottawa, with one of the most important universities in France. And this is important because in this university, they always trying to be the tip of the spear in the innovation. And adopting other kind of technologies and solutions is helping them in order to attract other students and more people that are interested in this kind of education, no? And I think we are achieving that thanks to, again, our partners that are providing local support and all the necessary things in order to provide this to the local authorities and in this case, the university. But I think it's also important to see that we are talking about 70,000 students, 70,000 users that are using the tool. Obviously, not always at the same time, obviously. But again, a large number of users using the tool and being the tip of the spear of the innovation and going outside the Microsoft environment or any other kind of solutions in order to, having something different that can attract people and also students. So that's also really great. And thank you very much. This is all.
Thank you, Quaylen. I think I don't know what you prefer, but you have both. It's up to you. You prefer these? You prefer the keyword?
We get this go then. Let's see how we're going. Okay, here we go again. Thread sheet calculation threading improvements by myself. So here we're looking at one specific spreadsheet to try and optimize. And in this particular one, start off with measuring it. Flame graphs, as mentioned in the last few talks. In this particular case, as always, wider is worse. We want to make everything narrower. And in this one, I have searched for you pre-thread mutex lock, and they're all highlighted as a kind of a pinkish color at the top there. So this is the thing that's taking up most of the time in this particular calculation, 40%. We want to try and reduce that as much as possible, but it's a locking issue. And because of it, we're not getting full advantage of the threading. We're spending most of our time waiting on the other threads that are all waiting on each other. So basically, we've gotten in our own way in trying to do our calculations. What shows up on one of the wide bars there is this particular function of get format, blah, 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 blah. So what matters is that looking at these calc threading things is that we've got SE interpreters. They're created a lot, they're created quickly and they're thrown away, so they're all pretty lightweight. And then we got longer-lived interpreter contexts, one for each thread, which are reused. So you've got a pool of these and they're reused and handed out and reinitialized regularly, but they're long-lived in their own sense. What we really want to happen is we want the interpreters run simultaneously without anything locked. We don't want any of those mutexes to appear. But we've got a single number formatter that's a single one per document, and all of the cells may reference this number formatter. And it has to assume that the number formatter is assumed that multiple things may write to it, multiple things may read from it, and it has to take a lock if you want to read or write anything to it. So that's our shared thing that is the problem. But it doesn't actually do a whole lot, this get format thing.
It just takes two numbers and returns another one. Hopefully, we're assuming to start off with that it should return the same thing each time, or at least for the duration of interpreting the formulas, which is the bit that we're interested in. Quick and dirty look at it shows only actually 4 different combinations of arguments to it for this particular document. Looking at similar cases, we find that we already have a per interpreter context cache of the last query, so we can do the same thing for that again. We do that, we put in the cache, we measure it again. Again, highlighted with purple is the pthread mutex. We have very, very, very little pink, purple, whatever the color is, in that anymore. So we've reduced our lock, and it's down to 4% as opposed to 40% of the time. That lock that remains, this particular spreadsheet is a Monte Carlo simulation spreadsheet, which uses random numbers, which is SC random. We have a single random number object in LibreOffice by default, which again has to be shared between multiple threads. So again, the mutex appears, less of it than there was. What you can do is you can put a number generator into each one of those interpreter context instead, and you can initialize that from the global one. So you have, you know, different random numbers being generated, but you don't have the same contention anymore. And now we have no mutex visible at a kind of a macro level here. So success that direction. Look at that bit more fine grained, because what we've ended up with is like long bars with very little detail, very little things being called for them. So a lot of the activity is taking place in the actual bar itself. So if you look a bit closer down into it, what's that time being spent doing? We can see here in the blue highlighted ones, we're spending a lot of our time in this intrusive pointer thing. Let's at least find out what that does. What it turns out it does is that we're creating a temporary object just so we can search for the existence of an entry in this map. So a lot of our time has been taking up just creating a temporary object just to see if something that matches it is in that. That's a well-known issue in C++ 14 that they brought in an extra feature for to manage just this issue, and you can use that extra feature to search in that map without having to create a temporary one. Put that into the mix as well, and that improves matters. The actual number formatter itself, you know, if we didn't have to have this cache in the first place, if we got rid of that and we had a read-only number formatter, we could set it into read-only mode at some point during interpreting, not write to it at all, make it impossible to write to it. If it was the case that we did have to write to it in some way, perhaps we could write into per interpreter context cache of some kind, and perhaps merge them at the end. Let's see if that's possible. Investigate what the number formatter does. Anyway, it turns out you can break up the number formatter into 2 or 3 different parts, and you can run it read-only for the purposes of interpreting without requiring the variable part, and run it like that. It's a long process, but the results are that if you had no threading at all, you get that number there for whatever, 20 runs of it. If you ran it before I went anywhere near it, you get this initial threaded contention number, which is higher even than the non-threaded case. The final results of what's been done, as described in the last few slides, is this number at the end. So we've gone like from 15 seconds to 3.2 seconds. I run this crash testing thing, which has got 650 blah, blah, blah documents in it. Was 3 days, now it's a day and a half. So it's possible that these things are unrelated, but the timing is a bit suspicious. So I'm going to take that as my win. There's more work that can be done. That's where the time is now spent. It is possible to reduce that number. If we do reduce it further, then the final number is 2.5 seconds as opposed to the current 3.2. So more improvement possible. Thank you.
Yes, it is. So much faster.
So shortly resume.
This one is like this. Yeah.
Okay, hello everyone. I am Bayram Çiçek, and today I'm going to talk about some improvements on grouping and Calc top array. And so, what's grouping? If you have some data and you want to hide them and focus on some specific parts, you may use grouping as shown in the example. And this is useful when you use large data sets, and in that way you can focus on specific sections. So the grouping terms are, we have level headers and the numbers that's on the left top of the document, and if you click on them, it will collapse or expand the all groups in that level. And also we have control boxes and the box with minus and plus signs. And also we have tails that shows the length of the group. You can access grouping by clicking data and then group on the right. And there will be a pop-up that has two options, row and column. This example is a column group, and the row groups will be on the left side of the document. And here is a structure of grouping. We have levels and indexes, and you can see indexes that has the same ID. They are not in the same column. For example, index 0 of the level 0 is on the column A and B, and index 0 of the level 1 is on the column E. So they are not in the same column. So we have some information on each groups. We have level, index, start and end position, and the hidden feature. So the problem was when you try to collapse a parent group, it does not hide its child groups. Actually, some of its child groups. For example, here the first child group is hidden, which is fine, but the other ones are still showing. So there's a problem. So, and I found that some groups are not being able to find their correct parent groups. And here's the example of that. The 3 minus sign, which is control boxes, thinks that their parent group is the group that arrow number 2 points to, but actually it should be the group that arrow number 1 points. So the solution is that we shouldn't use the index-based search because they break the finding the parent groups. So I implemented the start position and end position based search. And more on that, this is also fixed some related bugs around grouping, such as not visible but still clickable control boxes. And there was also some issues on overlapping. When you collapse the first group, the second group was overlapping on that. And after the implementation, it works as we need. And the improvement on the top area if you drag a tab, you can't see where it will drop until you release the mouse. But now it shows where it will drop after the implementation. And also you can access the context menu on the inactive tabs. Before, you should switch to that tab and then you can open the context menu, but now you don't need to do that. You can stay on your document and you can access the context menu. That's all from me. Thanks so much.
Okay, Core with this time tips and tricks on Calc.
Yes, good. Thanks. Hello. It's wonderful that many of the tips that I have are covered by improvements that we are told about today and probably tomorrow. Calc. When you talk about spreadsheets, you talk about data and preferably a lot of data. And what's the challenge? Managing quantity. And Bayram, group, ungroup, rows and columns. It's one of the important stuff to manage a lot of data. Another thing is, of course, the view, freeze columns and rows. It's already been mentioned. And another thing is hiding of columns, but that's hidden in the context menu. That's one of the important things when you manage a lot of data to be there. When you have a lot of data, you have to get through it. And then the keyboard helps, Control Home, Control End. We all know those. But it happens that I'm somewhere in the middle of a spreadsheet. And I want to go back there later on, but I have to go home to the home or to the end of the sheet. And typically I just put in some X's in an empty cell, whatever, and Control arrow, I get back to the same position fast. Or what you can do as well is an undo later on, and you will jump back to that same position. That are the simple tricks to go to certain positions fast. Limiting the quantity when you do an export as PDF, talking about cooperation. The PDF sharing itself, it's easy. And we've even heard about improvements that the PDF options will be available shortly. Limiting the quantity of your PDF export comes with print ranges. And print ranges are defined, insert defined, and you click the more options at the bottom of the dialog, and you can select a print range. And typically when you do a PDF export, I'm not sure if it's by default, but doing a PDF export, you can choose print ranges. Then communication comments, we already know them. Formatting of cell styles. Yeah, I love styles. It allows you to do beautiful formatting in a consistent way. And luckily, cell styles are available in Calc online. To create new cell styles, an easy trick is you select a cell, and on the left you see a screenshot of in the sidebar. On the right side of the drop down for the styles, there's a widget, and you can create a new cell style just from the selection. That's a useful one, and then you can use the same formatting on other positions. Talking about formatting, conditional formatting, it is improved. It gets easier accessible with the default settings, but conditional formatting is also linked to, in some cases, to cell styles that you choose, that you can use to have the final formatting. Protecting sheets and cells. Yeah, that's if you have done some beautiful work and you want to be it to be locked so that not anyone can randomly change it. Format cells starts the possibility to set the cell protecting And finally, the protecting is activated by setting the protecting on the sheet. I think it's almost the last. Filtering, sorting of data. I think people know those, and it's really fast if you use the search field in the drop down, because it's so easy, and it really brings you to certain, multiple, a single item, whatever you're looking for, and you can easily select that. And the final thing that I want you to know is pivot tables in combination with charts, and that's a feature that has been developed over the past years. And we all know that pivot tables still get improved, but the combination with charts, it's really helpful to have access to the data. That's it for now.
Yes, now Attila with smart ways to track document changes, and then next, Mike Dworski.
Thanks, okay, thank you. Hello, I am Attila Szücs, and I will speak about tracked changes. It's a complex, big topic, so I try to make it short. But before this, what the track changes means, if I enable the recording and the review, all the changes I do to the document will not directly change the document. It will rather just an offer to change, and a reviewer can decide to accept or reject my changes. He can see all the tracked changes in a managed change dialog, thanks to Shimon. And the problem with these tracked changes was that these changes can be fragmented. If I insert a text and someone delete the middle of it, and then it will cut my insertion track changes into 3 pieces. And the reviewer had to accept all of them separately. Now I improved that it's enough to accept one of them, and it will automatically accept all the other parts. The same is true for movement change too, because the move change is actually 2 changes. The move from is a deletion, and the move to change is an insertion change. And about the fragmentation, it's not so bad as I thought at first. I thought we could make the list smaller if I could merge all these changes into one, but this would be very confusing. For example, if someone insert simple non-tracked change text in the middle of my insertion, he can insert a whole document, and when I would ask where is my insertion change, then I could say all around the document. But this way, as the changes are fragmented in the small pieces, I can exactly see the order of the changes. Because every part have an exact location, the order is exact, and we can even see the relation between the changes, not like in Word review list. And another challenge is that the data structures in LibreOffice support multiple tracked changes in one text area, but the code doesn't really support it. There is a little bit exception about it. It's hacked to make the deleting and insertion works. But for example, there was no functionality to reject or accept an inner change. I had to make it work. And other challenges was that every case have to be handled differently. For example, if there is an insertion that is also deleted, then if we want to reject the inner insertion, then the deletion become meaningless, because what to delete if we if the inserted text is not valid anymore. And there are a lot of cases that we have to separately think about how to handle. And about the move change, I added a new ID, move ID. It's a unique move ID to all of its part. I mean, if it gets fragmented, the fragmented parts will inherit this number. So when I accept or reject a move, then it can find all of the parts of the move and accept all at once. I had to import and export it to ODF formats and had to make some things for docx format as well. I even left the move recognition, but I have to be faster. And for future possibilities, I checked the format changes too. It would be a lot of work to make it so, because most of the code doesn't really support multiple changes in the same text area. And if you want to implement format change, it's working now only if there is only the format changes in that place. Even if we put some other change there too, then it will override the format change. If we want to keep all the format changes there too, then it would be a lot of work. I'm not sure if it's over. Then that's all, I think.
Wait. I wonder if I have your slides. No. Wait a minute.
Yep, there we go.
So this one is next. This one is backwards. Yeah. And you can turn it on.
All right. Yep. Did that work?
Yeah.
That's all. Test. All right. So 5 forum highlights in 5 minutes. That's the website. That's the forum website of forum.collaboraonline.com, and that's what I take care of. So number 1 is accept, reject, and move to next. And this has to do with manage changes. And this was reported by a user, Nano Puntoy, on the forum. And so you can see it just got added a couple weeks ago. Before we just had next, previous, and accept all and reject all. And you had no way to just accept one or reject one. So now that's in. That just got added. And yeah, this was reported just a few weeks ago, March 2024. It was added by Aaron Budea, and it'll be in the next version of Collabora. And the cool thing about this one was the user reported it on March 21st, March 30th. It's in. And so that was it. Yeah. Thanks. Okay, number 2, Turkish dictionary updates. And so this was thanks to a user, Turab G. And so he was a Turkish user, and he was saying, oh, the spell checking, that he's getting red squigglies in his Turkish. And so he found that the LibreOffice had a 2015 dictionary, and so he dug up a 2022 dictionary, with much better Turkish spelling. And so then we forwarded it to LibreOffice. And oh yeah, this happened in November 2023. And again, thanks to Aaron Budea, it got added into LibreOffice. And so that'll be in the next version of LibreOffice. And I think it's already baked into Collabora. So this number 3 is units, and this CH and lines units. And this was thanks to Guaram. And so you're thinking, okay, well, you know, centimeters, inches. Well, what the hell is this CH and lines? And so what was happening was this Italian user, he comes to the forums, and so on the right side you can see that it's in centimeters. But then you open up a different menu and it shows CH instead of CM for centimeters. And I'm like, what the hell is this CH? Well, turns out that this is for the Japanese and like again, Asian typesetting and everything. And so what happens is that they do grid-based stuff. So like everything aligns like left, right, up and down, and all the things are like square shaped. And so they all line up. Well, what CH is characters. And so when they do like an indentation, they do 1 or 2 character indent, and similar with lines. And so, so this was reported in July 2023. And thanks to Quaylen, he got that added in and fixed. And so, that's that. There's a whole bunch more information, links in the slides. So now number 4 is underline, shrinking, stretching, depending on Zoom. This was thanks to GWARM on the forums. And so what was happening was, depending, you zoom in and out on the document, and the underline was stretching or shrinking. So it was like Goldilocks. It could be perfect or too long, too short, and and so this was reported in August 2023, and we got it fixed. This was thanks to Zisco Fowley, and that was in LibreOffice a couple versions back, and it was already fixed in Collabora. 5 is multi-page TIFFs, and this was thanks to Vimal 7370. And so multi-page TIFFs, if you don't know, so it's an image format where you can have multiple layers. And so you can have like a 100-page book that's just like 100 layers deep. And what was happening was LibreOffice was only opening up the very first one, and that's it. And so you couldn't get to those 100. Now it's fixed. And so this was in May 2023. That was thanks to Quickie for adding that. And a few weeks later, it made it into the next release. So they reported it. And again, 2 weeks later or something, boom, it was fixed. It was added. And then here's an extra fun one. And so this was red versus orange background. And so this was this user on the LibreOffice subreddit, this Firebalgy Factory. So what was happening was he had this thing on the left, and then he was copying, and then he's pasting it in a new document. And so it went from, you can clearly see, red to some different color. And so me and Mike Kagansky, so within a few hours, the guy just reported it. I'm talking to Mike Kagansky. And we go and we figured out what the issue was within like 2 hours. It was awesome. And so this was just a few months ago in February 2024. And there's links to the exact thing. And so what was cool is we boiled it down to the exact difference. But again, this is a real complicated fix, so it's not fixed yet. But at least we know what the issue is. And the user was like, oh, But the user was like, oh, this is awesome. Like, thank you so much. Because within 2 hours of been reporting this thing, we're just like, oh yeah, this is the exact issue. Oh yeah, we got this. And so that was really, really cool one. And and that's the end of my talk. So thanks.
Okay, I think you can treat this for you. Yeah, it's not.
I think I managed to write this like, oh no, this looks good.
No.
So these things look good in parallel.
This?
Yeah, let's go with this.
Oh my God.
Whatever, so now you've switched it away.
No problem. If it's there, I'm happy. So then,
is that better? Maybe it is. Oh yes, no, I was just really thrilled by Robert's talk, and if you can find someone to serve your Collabora online who is unable to change a single setting in the configuration, then you can be guaranteed a wonderful quality experience. I think that's probably an unfortunate side effect of certain kinds of procurement process, probably. But there you are. We'll get there in the end. So I'm here to talk about CPU and memory reduction, I think. And we did a lot of it. I think that's the punchline. I mean, I could probably sit down at this point, but hopefully, I have this feeling that It's not yours. No, that's Shimon's.
This is Shimon, yeah.
No, this is me. Yeah, this is me.
Is it?
Yeah.
This?
That's background save. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not. It looks
not that.
like, but
yeah.
it's not. It's okay.
I had a very clever scheme with symbolic links to do stuff on my laptop and to Nextcloud, and I screwed everything up, and I'm terribly sorry. But let me try and recall what I was going to say, because it's possible it's over here, and you know. And it says. Do this quicker. It's me. Yes, so we talked about flame graphs. That's great. Right. Good. So one of the big things that we improved in this generation of 2305 is storing deltas as run length encoded tiles rather. So I mentioned on the latency side, one of the things that really helps us is being able to have loads of tiles in the client, and that's certainly true. But we also need lots of tiles on the server to be able to send smaller differences. So quite a large bandwidth saving we have is essentially sending just changes in tiles, or even being able to detect when tiles haven't changed and we've erroneously redrawn them for no reason, which is surprisingly quick, actually. It's interesting. So we've done a whole lot of work then to optimize, and I see, here it comes. Yeah, look at this. This is another take-home message. Fantastic. It's the right slides. Well done, Petro. Look at that. You know, it says the same thing, but there you are. That's an important message. So we're using a much more intelligent and brilliant way of compressing these things with run length encoding and clever bit masks, and we managed to get something like a 10x size win on shrinking down our set, which we immediately used to massively increase the number of tiles we could use. So there's no memory saving, but there's a bandwidth saving. So that's all nice. And we should have a sort of tunable at some point to, I guess, be able to have more bandwidth or less memory use. So it's pretty nice. So we have all of these bit masks here that essentially the bit mask says, is the pixel the same as the last pixel? If it's set, then there's not much in the data. There's just not, and sometimes there's nothing there at all. So, you know, it's all alpha transparent, nothing. And there's quite a lot of white in documents. You see that a lot. So, yes, I like this. This is fun. Look at this nice picture. Isn't it pretty? Well, we'll move on in a minute. But anyway, AVX2, so accelerated comparison. So one of the nice things you may not realize about your CPU is that 8 pixels at a time, each of them 32 bits, can be compared and swapped and added and done all sorts of clever things to. And by the power of Quailon's whatever, we can even turn, having compared them, we can turn this into a signed bit for a floating point and pack them into individual bits, which is great. So we can see if all of those pixels match, which is awesome. And it gives us about a 4.5x win on actually compressing these, which is quite a chunk of our performance budget, I guess, which is kind of good. So there's even a thing that proves it here by measuring it. I have a benchmark. Look at that. To be fair, we wrote the benchmark well after we'd done the optimization, but don't let anyone tell you that. That would be foolish. There's a particularly funny gotcha in the threading as well. Yours truly wrote this amazing threading scheme for threading tiles compression, so it should be much faster on multi-threaded machines. And it turns out that each of the threads did one tile and then nothing, which is kind of embarrassing because some idiot had put an if, not a while in the end. But anyway, there we go. We fixed that. So we got another sort of 4x for larger screens, which is kind of good. So we can convolve those. And we saw this by noticing in the flame graph that actually there was remarkably little happening in the threads, and it was all happening in the main process. So anyway, we moved it all to the threads. So you convolve those and you get about an 18x speed up for tile compression, which we're quite pleased about. And I think there's more to come there. So that's all good. There's a whole load of more other stuff that we moved over, some of it to the client side. So RGBA, shuffling, and pre-multiplication. The web standards, unfortunately, for no really good reason, use RGBA instead of pre-multiplied alpha, which no one in their right mind would use. So there's no real obvious reason why. It's not like it's even preserved in the canvas. You know, you write it in and you get something else out. I mean, there's just no benefit at all. But there you are, the web APIs. Go web. Anyway, so we moved the whole of that to the client, so we didn't have to do the maths on the server, which is good. This is a particularly funny one. This is where we, we're doing a lot of stuff here, drawing things, and probably it takes time to draw things, right? Like you'd expect that, right? Drawing slow, except Here it's mostly looking through the 10,000 item cache as a list to measure the length of the list to see if it's too long already and we should remove one item from the end. And yeah, that's not great. So anyway, good to have speed up caches all around the place. Yeah, a giant virtual device. Oh yeah, so we used to have this where we would have this massive thing to avoid flickering, you know, for some PC thing, and then this giant, a huge document area virtual device rendering to in the background, never using, throwing away. So we didn't do that, and that was good. And lots of space. Yeah, this was particularly nice. So there's a benchmark built into LibreOffice that's run every time you upgrade, and for some reason, we just triggered this for every document that we launched. This was fixed a few, early in the year. But yeah, it's nothing like dirtying 64 meg of RAM and then doing this benchmark into it every document you load. Yeah, so, well, one line and we got our initial dirty page count down to 20 megabytes instead of 84, which is great. So what else? Yes, tips. So people like to scan in huge documents, you know, and that's great. And of course, we believe in keeping the compressed document around in memory so that you can uncompress it when you need it quickly, except if it wasn't compressed in the first time, you know, you just got this huge thing and you then turn into another huge, anyway, so we fixed a whole load of that. Oh, we even asked the glibc allocator to actually go and trim, you know, like, can you do better? Compact your memory, free stuff up when you're idle. Yeah, file save, this is a particularly fun one. There's a whole load of this kind of use case here, and the background save talk will help with some of these. But yes, allocating loads and loads of columns you don't need when you save for no particularly good reason. And yes, and we did some work to try and discourage Calc users from heading off into the deep wilds with Core's wonderful control right arrow thing, you know, ending up at the million rows and typing hello world in. It's not going to help your file format size or your, you know, performance generally. So let's try and discourage that. And we have a better tool now that I think Neil is building on to do performance regression testing. So that's kind of cool. And there's lots more to be done. So keep profiling. Thank you.
Thank you. You are so efficient, Miklos. It's amazing, aren't you?
Yeah.
And now, so I'll just press F5.
You need to go back.
Yes, our slides. And it's probably. Is this Miklos?
Yes.
Working copy and paste. Good. Do you have it? Thank you.
Hello. I promise this is my last talk for today. So this one is about reworking copy paste. I will mostly focus on the paste side so that you actually hear something in 5 minutes. And probably this is a dialog that you already saw in the past. When you want to paste some content to Collabora Online, and you don't use the keyboard but press the matching button in the notebook bar, then you get this dialog because we were using browser APIs from several years ago to make sure that we are compatible with IL 11, which was a good idea back then, but perhaps it's not that important today. So we should probably use some newer clipboard APIs available in Chrome and Safari and kind of conditionally and Firefox, and perhaps we can do better. So this is a wonderful butterfly demoing image paste for Calc. So this is the new clipboard API demoed in Chrome, where you get a pop-up on the right, top right corner. And in case you allow the Collabora Online to read from your system clipboard, which is very dangerous, and probably you don't want to do that, especially if your workflow is that your password manager is putting your password to the clipboard, so you can easily paste that. So you actually read what you are agreeing to, but probably for Collabora Online, that's something you want to allow, and then you can paste from the system clipboard to Collabora Online in a way that means that you can use both the toolbar button and you can use your clipboard, and they do the same thing, and you don't really need to think about which method you want to use. It also works with a paste special, which was especially confusing. You press the space special button because you never remember what's the additional thing you need to press for Ctrl-V to hit this paste special and not the normal paste, but then a pop-up appears where you try to find out what the 3 different buttons mean, apart from I want to escape from this thing. I don't understand what's that. So this is meant to be like quite close to what you are used to with LibreOffice on the desktop. And once that's done, then something related is that copy pasting in Calc is not really nice if you go via HTML, but HTML is what you use if, for example, you copy paste between Collabora Online and Google Sheets. So the Google guys came up with some markup on what additional metadata to put in HTML so that you can also express the actual formula value and the formula cell value, and also the formulae and the number formatting and stuff like this. So we try to do that. So what you see there is formatted numbers, and you can copy that over, and still you can do a sum of that because we also understand what's the underlying float value, which was originally lost. Additional problem is that in case your integration and Collabora Online itself is coming from different domains, which is perfectly normal, then Chrome says that this is a cross-origin iframe, which is usually used by people who you should avoid. So this is a potential security risk. We documented in the SDK how to opt in for this behavior so that users do get working paste. And even in this case. The last thing I would like to show off is in Writer, in case you have some simple bullet points in online. And then we had working HTML copying, but if you paste that, then, for example, to some plain text email, like we hackers like plain text email, then on the left-hand side, you can see the old paste result, which is like readable, but you lost the actual bullet points. And on the right-hand side, you can see the new result. We explicitly ask our code to produce the plain text version, and that's just much better. And that's it. The paste part is kind of done. For the copy part, we plan to do something similar, like it will be much better, but that's not fully finished yet. So it's in progress. Thanks.
Okay, now Hubert and next Richard. Hubert. It says that. It's okay?
Huh?
Is that okay?
Yeah, but I did for tomorrow, so I was surprised. Sorry.
Redesigned post message hardness.
Yes. Hi.
Back.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Hi. So redesign the post message harness. The post message harness is some debugging development tool we have built into code that provide an easy way to send post messages to call. Post messages is these messages that allow to perform things directly with Collabora Online from the integration. It's a development and test feature, so users usually won't see that, but as an integrator or as a developer, it's very, very useful to be able to have it. So it's that harness, what it does is just run cool in a frame, load some sample documents. I sometimes change the URL to load some other documents for other testing, so it's very useful also like that. It sends the value. You can send various post messages commands by clicking on buttons, sending specific commands or sending arbitrary messages if you know the syntax. So sometimes it's a bit tedious, but when you know about it, it's very useful to be able to do the various things. It's also testing the Python scripts that we have and a few other things. So yeah, developer, I find that very useful. So this is how it used to look. It's a bit stretched because I have a big screen, but then it is the fact that I need a big screen to see it is already show that already, like, yeah, it's imperfect. Does the job, but yeah. So say it's a lot of confusion. The first time I saw that, say, huh? And so we work on like improving. There are random groups of buttons, random for, yeah, they are not aligned, they are not separated, they're like clumped together. It's like not very pleasing either. There's a lot of white space, so big screen with white space, it's not optimum as usage. So for the redesign, let's see how we can improve this easily. Grouping buttons together, that's like just re-layout things together. It's very little work in terms of how difficult it is, but it's so much better. Align them, make them in more logical groups, use your space better, having a grid with 2 columns so that all that white space is actually used. And the overall aspect is, yeah, is a very, it's cleaner. So how we do? It's a web page, so we have the DOM, and we're gonna reorganize that DOM to reorganize the things and put some styles. So I group the various items in divs, and then I have some CSS classes for layout. I took the approach of toolkit like GTK, so VBox, HBox, vertical box, horizontal box, a grid, which is a CSS grid, setting some attributes like framed or spaced. So that's like I can add a border easily or just a space. And after doing that, I get that aspect. See, it's about the same size screenshot, and I already see a good bunch of my full frame at the bottom. It's still very spaced, so I kept a layout that's like allow breathing. We could make it more compact if we wanted, but I felt that it was fine like that. With everything grouped together, aligned cleanly. And yeah, it's more visually appealing, so you know better where to go, what to do, and keep your reflex of clicking the right button for testing. And yeah, so it was relatively low effort. It's one of the low-hanging fruit that improve life of everyone that use it. I use concepts that are meant to be familiar to developers that are used to toolkits. When they need to add something, if you want to add a new button, you just need to add the div and something, and it's done, and change the layout a little bit. And then that clarity brings improvement of life. I find it more pleasant to use each time I need. Thank you.
Right. Is this on? Does this work? Excellent. The next one is me. Hello, my name is Richard Brock. I work in the marketing team here with Naomi and some others. I'm afraid I'm not as technical as all of you, but I hope that this will be informative and interesting. And you can't stop me because I have the timer slides. But anyway, all right. So today we're going to be looking at parts of Collabora Online, a function called Secure View. So what is Secure View? Well, Secure View is answering the question of how do you collaborate securely? Don't use 365. Well, if only. It's not quite that simple even, but that's a good start though. But maybe a better question is how do you not collaborate securely, or how do you avoid something like this? Has anyone seen this one? I mean, I've blurred it, I'm afraid. So do we know what this is? Or maybe this one? This is a chart from the US Pentagon. All along here are some little bars telling you when the US Department of Defense thinks that Ukraine is going to run out of missiles for different things. And this, I don't know, I blurred it because I thought I probably should, but as in, this is not on some dark onion net madness. This is So what's going on there? I mean, but well, maybe that's a bit dramatic. You know, normal companies, they've got their stuff together. Oh, no, not so much. So there's some other big people who are losing serious stuff. Maybe the Chinese know. Oh, no, okay, no. Lenovo is losing all of their things. I mean, I could go on. I decided to stop Googling sensitive document leaks at this point. But essentially, that is the sort of thing that this was developed to help with. I think it was developed with a leading car manufacturer, and I think their use case in this example was their R&D departments wanted to share things, maybe with untrustworthy marketing people or some junior members of staff. So what do you do when you've got sensitive information that you need to share, perhaps in a large company, perhaps with more junior people or with other departments, and you want to keep it under wraps until a release date, or it just must stay internal? What do you do? Well, what do you do? Maybe there's a few different solutions. One might be in-browser redaction, and this is quite common. Lots of people are doing something like that. So you can do something clever in the browser, and you can make sure that we don't see stuff, or maybe you put a watermark on top. But essentially what this is doing is you are outsourcing your security to the would-be thief. So you are giving someone a padlock, and it might be quite a good padlock, but you're giving it to them and then saying, please don't break this. And I think you technical people know that this sort of in-browser stuff doesn't work very well. Another common solution, perhaps give your keys to a third party, something like Microsoft's DRM. Again, this is perhaps a better solution than in-browser redaction. It does seem to work, but this is essentially the ultimate vendor lock-in, because then your entire software stack from beginning to end is all in the hands of a company, a third party, and it's not you. And you know, you can't do anything about that. So I don't know, do we just stop sharing files with each other? Well, what if you knew as a would-be leaker that you would be caught immediately? What do I mean by that? Well, what if all of your documents looked a little bit like this? Not with my name, with your name. Well, hold on, I hear you saying this is just some clever sort of in-browser redaction, isn't it? Well, I hope that everyone here understands that Collabora Online is not operating in that way. We are doing everything at the server. Michael's just been talking a lot about the way that we've been speeding up the way that we are rendering tiles, but that is sort of fundamental to the way that Collabora Online is working, and no amount of technical tomfoolery or whatever it might be is going to get something off of Collabora tiles once they have been rendered. And this is very important. Maybe some of you have heard of these people, OWASP. Maybe, no? Yeah, there we go. You know, they're really clear about this sort of thing. This is access controls, which is maybe slightly different, but a similar sort of idea. It's really important that we are doing our security measures at the server side. So what does this look like in practice? Well, Michael doesn't know this yet, but I've taken some top secret Collabora information from the upcoming all hands talks when all the partners go home. And I'm going to show you what a security leak might look like, and then you'll see. So something like this. I hope you can see here. This is why there would be a problem, and why I would be very unwilling to leak this information. If all over it had my name and my favorite color, or and this could be tailored, so it might be your name, it might be your sort of the time and the date, and there's just no way that anyone is going to be willing to share information if it looks like that. So this is just a very quick overview of Collabora Online Secure View. If you have more technical questions, there's lots of people here who can help you. But I hope that was useful. Anyways, thank you very much. You next. Do you want this?
Yeah.
Okay, next up, Skylar.
Yeah. So, hi, I'm discussing touchscreens. I'm going to talk about big ticket fixes. We made lots and lots of fixes, but I'm only going to discuss the most important three. Collabora Online works great on your computer. You probably have a computer at home, most of you. You probably use Collabora Online on it. But you're at a conference right now. You didn't bring your computer. You probably have a phone. Maybe you have a tablet. Perhaps you've got a laptop. Maybe that laptop has a touchscreen. So what's the problem? Well, scrolling around in Calc brings up your keyboard a lot. If you have a laptop that has both touchscreen and mouse support, you can only use one or the other. And when you're pinching to zoom, if you start moving your fingers around, the document starts moving around unpredictably. Let's fix these. So if you navigate around a spreadsheet, your keyboard pops up. If you put it down, it pops up. Down, pop, down, swipe, pop. It's no good. You end up losing much of your screen real estate to seeing the keyboard on the bottom half of your screen. We hate that. So why does it happen? Well, actually, normally, this is a good thing. When you're on a desktop, you want to be able to start typing in the cell that you're in right away. So we focus into the cell right away. But if you're on a mobile device, you want to have to click, because otherwise, we focused on an input, your keyboard pops up. So if you have an on-screen keyboard, we should only pop up when you click to edit. We can't tell for sure, unfortunately. So we guess based on if you're on a mobile device. Or if you're an integrator, you can tell us if you know. I made both a post message and UI defaults. So these are probably the things you're using to configure Collabora Online already. If you're an integrator, you can use these. The hint on-screen keyboard and hint no on-screen keyboard, and the on-screen keyboard hint. If you follow these QR codes or these links, this will tell you how to do that. And so if you're on an integrator that has supported this, or if we detect that you're likely to have an on-screen keyboard, we'll stop the keyboard popping up when you move around. You'll have to click. This is much smoother. And integrators, you can override our detection if you know that we're wrong. Okay. But I said three things. Second thing, what if you're on a Chromebook? This has a touch screen. It also has a touchpad, and you can also attach a mouse. Before, we had conflicting things that were needed. So when you right-click, we want to open a menu. You can't right-click on a touch screen. You need to long press instead, but we don't want a long click to open the menu. The way we got around this was we registered one or the other at the start. We detected whether you had a touch screen, and if you did, we would register touch events. And if you didn't, we would register click events. But you can turn this between a tablet and a laptop. You know, you can turn it like this, and suddenly you lose your touchpad. And maybe you turn it like this again, and now you want your mouse events back. So before running these events, we now check if the event itself was from a touchscreen. We register both sets. And that lets us choose, do we want to run the mouse code, or do we want to run the touch code? Some code needs to know without an event, though. You know, like this cursor droplet, right? If you're selecting text on a touch screen, you want to select text, and you want to see that, so you can drag it to move the text. In that case, we can detect if you have a touch screen attached to your system. Finally, pinching and panning. If you move your fingers while pinching to zoom, the document doesn't always move correctly. Sometimes it'll move faster or slower. Sometimes it'll move backwards. It's excitement. So we want to feel like we're dragging the document. Your fingers should stay where they are. That wasn't possible because we weren't taking account of where the pinch started. You could be moved to the wrong position. So I rewrote that. And now zoom pans work how you'd expect in the next version. And the document moves at the speed of your fingers. We keep the center of your fingers in the same place. So pinching, zooming, panning all feel like you're physically moving the document. Next, we could implement experimental browser APIs to better control the on-screen keyboard. We're improving always this on-screen keyboard detection so that we can do a better job. And we're looking at offsetting the zoom when you get to the document edge because right now, if you move to the edge of the document and then move back, you'll stick. I hope to bring you lots more touch improvements in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, it's again me, and this time I will talk about load balancing, what it is, why do we need load balancing, and which features depend on the correct configuration. So, life would be very simple if we could have only one user. That user from the browser will connect to the Collabora online server, and this server will download a file from the storage. We will do the work, save the file, and it's done. But of course, we have multiple users. So if all these users connect to the same server, at some point, our server will say, I don't have resources. At this point, you know that you need some solution like load balancer to provide services to all these users who edit multiple files. So now we have more complex diagram where we have on the left side multiple users, and the difference is that this time we use multiple Collabora online instances on the right side, and between them there is a load balancer. We can simplify that, and we will focus only on one file. In this case, it's some spreadsheet. It lives on the second Collabora online server, and as you can see, we have two users who connect to the same file through the load balancer. So to have the correct behavior of the application, we have to be sure that all the requests from the browser will end up on the same Collabora online node. So load balancer have a very important task to do. It has to detect that the request has to go to the specific node. So for that, we use some parameters in the requests. In the simple example with some static configuration, for example, with HA proxy, we use the WAPI source parameter, but there can be also more advanced scenario where we want to scale up or down our deployment. This is not a topic for this talk. It will be shown probably by Rush tomorrow. So in this case, we use the WAPI source parameter, and it's attached to all the requests. So there are some features which do additional requests, like clipboard. So when we copy or paste something into document, or if we play embedded video, it also does some separate requests. And of course, if we connect to the document, we rename that document, we reload the page. All these actions will do some requests, and it's very important to have the correct parameter WAPI source to be sure that it will land on the correct node. And example problems we had were in integrations, that some of them were using not correctly encoded WAPI source. So it was different in some cases, and then it didn't work. So if copy pasting doesn't work for some users, that can be a sign that it's a problem with configuration of load balancing. Thank you.
Take home and keep microphone. It's wonderful. Ah, cool. Aha. So background saving. Yes, I mentioned this earlier. Our favorite animated overlay is this, and you may remember it had featured in my flame graph of bad things going on. And this thing doesn't arrive until 700 milliseconds after the save has started. Just so you know, like we try and not show it to you. So for small documents, you should never see it, but for larger documents, yeah. Not good. So, well, profiling before optimizing. Yes, good. So we looked at that, and this is a week-long profile of our usage. Of course, load is something that, again, mentioned plugged X, Ash's talk earlier, that we're looking at, and to some degree, it takes time to load things. It's actually interesting that it takes significantly less time to save things, and things are saved quite a lot. So I don't know, this is, anyway. So our save is obviously far more optimized than our load for whatever reason. Perhaps because we're just copying streams in lots of cases. So instead of uncompressing images or doing clever things, we're just whacking stuff back into a file. Nevertheless, this is quite a big chunk of stuff that is blocking us. So a key concept here is a wonderful Unix feature of fork function and copy on write. And copy on write is a complicated topic to deal with. So I asked ChatGPT-4 to create a diagram that would explain copy on write RAM usage after fork, and this is what it came up with, which I think is creative. When I see Tironte of that, and there's a cow in the middle. So there you go. Well, this is it? Yes, you're right. That's the RAM. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, so essentially what happens when you call the fork function, it's one of those very interesting C functions. You call fork and you get two of yourself. It's like, clone the multiverse on your CPU. Suddenly there's two of you. And anyway, all the memory that you had is then, well, it's two processes see it, but very little of it is duplicated. Only as you write to this, will it then be duplicated into this process's address space. Does that make sense? Which do you prefer? Hands up for this one or that one? I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, I was hoping to save time, but it turns out anyway. So it's easy then. All we need to do is we instead of getting this guy to save, we just fork and then we save with this one, right? Easy money, no problem. Yes, well, anyway, except for the following points, it's an exact duplicate of the parent. Obviously, there are some slight differences. Yeah, but it's a kind of a funky function, isn't it? It has a different return value depending which multiverse you're in. So there you go. So one of the problems is that you can't fork with lots of threads, or at least you can fork with lots of threads, but if any of them are holding a lock, it will still be held in the child and never released, which can be bad if that's the main allocator lock, for example. You just don't get to allocate any more memory. So first we need to join all the threads. So there's a new method that says, hey, squash yourself down to one thread. There's proc self task thing, so we can actually check that the code actually did that, because it's quite dangerous. You don't really want to get this wrong. So, maybe someone did something funky. They're in the middle of a web download in the background of something. Yeah, well, we're not going to do background save then. So that's fine. We duplicate all the file descriptors when you fork. So yeah, and this is quite exciting because if you can imagine both of these trying to answer the same questions, both connected to the JavaScript at the end, both getting the same keystroke, and then processing it and sending different diffs back, you get very interesting psychedelic screen effects. It's great. So you need to close all of your file descriptors that you don't want, and that's kind of good. And after that, everything should be fine, except it turns out they're sharing the same file system. Okay, so it's a jailed file system, only those two things and that document in it. But it would be kind of nice if, as you saved, you didn't delete the other process's files. That's kind of useful. So I was very slickly happy that this was working swimmingly until the second save failed because the first one had deleted the document. Anyway, so yeah, so that was good. And then there's a number of optimizations, like all of this. Let's save memory by going around and touching lots of pages and compacting. Actually just wastes memory in this case. So it would be good to turn that off. And yeah, so we should exit it really hard. We can't actually kill it, but we can _ exit to get out of it. And there are real problems with permissions that we work around with clever tricks in the parent process. that we can't do in the child process because we've lost permission to our own proc filing system. So anyway, like I said, 700 milliseconds there. We get it down to about, well, 6 milliseconds is what the fork takes in the first case. Probably there's some additional cost as you type and mutate and copy pages. But I like to think 100-ish times faster is kind of nice. And I was encouraged by Raymond, saving every second. Hopefully this will, make his life somewhat quicker. And yeah, there you go. And we avoid lots of heap fragmentation on save. So that allocate loads of columns is a one-off nightmare that disappears. So it's not completely finished. We're talking about autosave only for this. There's a magic environment variable to make it happen, and a bit of other things that need doing. And I'm out of time. So ask me afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, now Justin, and next Elisa.
So I'm here to tell the untold story about behind the collaborative development of the insert page number wizard. And which one is forward? Okay, so the story starts off with bug reporters a number of years ago. They request that the page number insertion be simpler. And us tech people think, well, it wasn't that hard to start off with, so how can you make it much simpler? But there's a number of duplicate bug reports, and it was also my father-in-law's first question when he started using LibreOffice. When I switched our work to it, I had only 2 pages worth of documentation on how to switch from the competitor, but inserting a page number wizard was one of those things. And I've even seen in technical forms people saying it's a deal breaker for them. I couldn't figure it out. I just walked away. So, then we had a client who said, well, we want to pay for some of the, the biggest user problems that are out there. And Collabora brought a list to them. This was one of the things on the list. And they said, yeah, let's go for it. So like, first off, how awesome is that? You have a client that comes to you and says, we'd like to solve some of the biggest problems that people have reported out there. But of course, it's good for them too, because in this case, the German government is going to have a lot of people using it. And a lot of those users are probably going to be basic users, and this would trip them up. So it's good. And so this way we each benefit from each other's strengths. And that's what open source is all about. So Collabora went ahead and implemented that. Paris did a really good job. He built all the fundamentals down perfectly. And all the functionality that the competitors had was there. So this is something that would be hard for a volunteer to do. You got to pull in lots of different pieces from all over the code. And the bug report had been out there for 10 years. Nobody had worked on it. So that was great. Once the fundamentals were in and the community stepped up, they said, well, we'd like to have the defaults to be in the center, but if you do a left or right, typically it's going to be in a booklet or something, you'd like to have it mirrored. So they had the option to mirror it and also add the page total option. And then at least often, like if your content pages, you'd want the numbering to be in Roman numerals where the main body would be in Arabic or something. So that option is added in there as well. And then, of course, the community is always involved in icons and help pages and translations. So lots of different effort there. And then QA stepped in at the end and polished off some rough edges. So Collabora's QA added some accessibility limitations. They solved that for keyboard access, and TDF's QA identified some crashing that was introduced by community commits. And so in the end, very well done, everybody. It's a really big win for the basic users. And I think it's a beautiful example of everybody working together in their best capacities to do a great job. This is something that didn't get mentioned by the media. They didn't think it was a big deal. So I'm happy to showcase it here because I think it was an excellent win for LibreOffice and the online community. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that's wrap up. And I think we can now follow Naomi's order. I don't know.
Right. Okay, cool. Thank you guys for your attention today. It's been lots of really great talks. Yeah, we've ended a bit later than planned, but it's good. Yeah, so around 6:20 we'll meet up where breakfast was served and dinner was served last night. We're going to try get a big group photo while the sun's out. Hopefully it stays out for 20 minutes. Then we have dinner. And then at 7:45 we're going to meet in the reception area. For those of you who would like to come to the astronomy evening, which we have planned at the Institute of Astronomy, it's just a 5-minute walk up the road. It is optional, but it's going to be good, I'm sure. So yes, 6:20 for a pre-dinner photo. Dinner at 6:30. I can't shout any louder. I'm really small. Okay, 6:20 we'll meet up by the dinner hall. We'll have a photo, hopefully while the sun's still out. 6:30 dinner will be served. And then at 7:45 we'll meet by the reception area. For those of you who'd like to go up to the Institute of Astronomy for a little talk and maybe a look at the telescopes, whatever they can show us. Otherwise, we can mill around in the drinks area, have some drinks, and just have a nice evening.